gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
We're back for day 2 of week 3 here in EU, and today will determine a lot for our teams. There are some pivotal matches today when it comes to determining the top 4, so there's a lot on the line. Will Mont be able to solidify a challenge spot? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are in day 2 here of week 3 in our challenge season for EU for Call of Duty Mobile. Today is another important day. If you were here yesterday, then you saw just how close some of our matchups were. We expect to have a few more of those continuing here throughout the week. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I am your host this whole season. We've got the boys back. We're all nice and coordinated in our outfit vibes. Ton, Bobby, and Infinity. Are you ready to get into day 2 of the week here, Ton?
I'm very excited for it. We've got a couple of really, really good matchups today. We get to solidify our top 4. There's a lot going on here in day number 2.
Yeah, this is, I think, really the only solidification opportunity that we have for any of the remaining playoff spots. So definitely some avenues that are unexpected for some teams that we thought were going to be out of the running, but it's not over. So I'm curious to see what these guys are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think today's going to be a fun day. If we get some surprises, it would be a nice day of COD Mobile. We'll see then.
Okay, all right, a little skeptical, Brody. It's all right, it's all right. We'll see how it goes. As always, if you guys have somehow missed any of our previous weeks, you can just go on over to our social media, X, Insta, or Facebook. Follow us on there to get all of the updates related to Snapdragon Pro Series, specifically in both EU and NA for Call of Duty Mobile. Or you can join our Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join our community, hang out with us, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and continue getting all of those challenge season updates. As we are at the end of week 3, if you haven't seen anything yet, you want to go back and catch up, because we only have one more week left in the season after this. Then we go into our challenge finals, and every single team is fighting for a spot moving into Mobile Masters. There's a lot on the line. If you don't know what I'm talking about, okay, well, let's back up. We'll break it down for you here. Bobby, you get a break. You already did it last time, and we're rotating it through. So, Brody, now it's on to you.
Like, I've been shocked here by doing this, but it's okay. Yeah, here's a look at the format then. As you guys have already know, you start off with the opens there, everyone playing alone, everybody having a good time. Then you move into the open finals, and this is where things got a little bit tasty. We had 128 teams going head-to-head to determine the top 8 teams that moved here into the challenge season. This is the challenge season that we're currently in. We've got 8 of the best teams here in Europe and North America going head-to-head. 4 of those teams move forward to challenge playoffs. And then only one team here from Europe makes it all the way to the Mobile Masters in Brazil, where the best in the world are going head-to-head.
Yeah, lots on the line throughout this season. Obviously, the title of being best in your region. Also a little bit of prize pool, though. Let's talk about the money, because it's the pride. It's that spot to qualify through to Sao Paulo, Brazil, but also there's some cash along the way, Tan.
There is a lot of cash along the way. First prize coming at $2,250, but everybody gets paid here at the Snapdragon Pro Series all the way down to 8th place. So for all that, we were talking about them top 4 spots being what you want to lock in. Still stuff to play for from 5th to 8th.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something we'll be paying attention to, too. Even if our top 4 do get locked in, anybody below that can still be playing to move their way up the leaderboard, get some more money in their pockets as well. So lots of small things for us to pay attention to when it comes to everything that we've got going on here today. Speaking of today, let's show you a look at the schedule so you know what matches to anticipate. You would have seen this at the end of yesterday's broadcast, but in case you missed it, we're starting things off with Xantium versus Mont. We also finally get to see Omni versus Exclusive here, Bobby. There's lots of good matches.
Yeah, no question about it. Obviously, the first 2 are probably the most important. Down on the bottom side, there is some opportunity for maybe a little bit of craziness, as we do have Big going up against Kings. If by some miracle Big can pull off a win right there, then there actually is a potential road for them to make the playoffs. So both Big and Xantium are still in the running despite slow starts to the season.
There's definitely some wild situations that can occur depending on how our teams perform, which is why you're going to want to stick around for all of it, because we cannot guess what is going to happen. Now that you know the schedule, we'll also take a look at our leaderboard, though, so you can see where everyone currently sits as far as their performance so far here this challenge season. After yesterday, Kings now are the only undefeated team, 5-0 at the top of the leaderboard, Exclusive right behind them, 4-1. That was a really good matchup yesterday, Ton.
It was a good matchup. I think we maybe expected it to go all the way to map number 5, but realistically, Kings came out the gates absolutely swinging. Really good to see that they were able to not necessarily get revenge for their loss, obviously, in the World Championships, but it will maybe sting a little bit less than it did. But it makes today's game just so interesting. Both Exclusive and Omniscient losing to Kings, now going up against each other. Who's going to find that 2nd place spot?
Yeah, it'll definitely give us a little bit of insight of what challenge finals could potentially be like. And like we're saying, Mont, this is a big one, okay? You saw their match up against Xantium, the first one that we'll be seeing here today. Mont is that 4th place team currently on the bubble. And while it would require lots of chaos going on in the second half of the leaderboard, there are still multiple situations that could play out where someone else can jump up based off of the performance that we're going to see out of Mont and Xantium in the first match. Because it's so important, let's start talking about this a little bit. Give me the whole situational breakdown, Brody. Obviously, the easy part of it for everybody at home is that if Mont wins, Mont's in 4th, and they're good.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the long and short of it, isn't it, right? Again, all that really needs to happen for Mont is you just win this match and you are good to go. However, if you're a Xantium and Big, which are the 2 other teams which are currently in contention for that playoff spot, you're hoping that Mont do not win that matchup, because if Xantium end up winning it, then, of course, they kind of require... Big. There's a lot here, I think it's fair to say, but effectively, Xantium are requiring Big and Mont to both lose their matches effectively. And yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot here. Effectively, though, I think when we get to that first matchup, Mont here, if they can win, it will be over. It will be kind of a worthless conversation.
It is thoroughly in the hands of Mont at this point as we take a look back at some of the highlights from both Xantium and Mont's previous matches. It can only really go wrong if Mont kind of allows it here, Ton?
Yeah, and just actually seen some highlights from them up against Big here, and this is a game we would have loved to have seen like later on. We've seen Big really start to pick things up, which is actually putting them into the conversation after a couple of good results, but realistically, yes, it is still in Mont's hands right now. It will put them in a result where they cannot be caught in that 4th place position, and they're going up against one of the opposition who can catch them. So it is a crucial game for both these two teams to kick things off, as was the case yesterday, of course, when we got Kings going up against wow, name
Exclusive.
just completely escaped my brain. You know, these things happen sometimes. I'm getting
all the
on.
time.
But at the same time, realistically, back to this, it is really down to Mont. If they can secure that win, they secure 4th place.
All right, well, now that we got a little bit of a preview from matches past, we'll just continue talking about this first matchup. I want to get your thoughts, Bobby, on what you expect, how this is going to play out between Zantium and Mont.
Obviously, it's nice to talk about the hypotheticals and the different roads to the playoffs.
Sure.
But realistically, Mont should be able to handle this fairly easily. Zantium have not had a good season. Their only win coming, obviously, yesterday up against Nexus, who, to be honest, have not looked very strong. And Mont, even though they have had their fair share of struggles, even though they haven't looked very good whenever it comes to the search and destroy, should still be able to take care of business here. Now, Zantium have shown some improvement when it comes to the search and destroy. So if they can manage to take both of those and then somehow take the swing mode in control as well, then there's an opportunity for that. But I think it's definitely an uphill battle for them heading into this matchup.
Well, if we take a look at the individual players, some of the rosters for these teams too, is there anybody on Zantium, Brody, that you think could maybe make a difference, be like a swing player here in this matchup?
No. To be honest with you, to be frank, I think the thing is with Zantium that they lack comparatively to other teams. I think with other teams, you can kind of identify the one big player that if they have a good game,
exactly,
they are going to have a good series and they might end up winning it. With Zantium, I think it's more just about the whole team stepping up to the plate and actually having a good game, because in the past, I don't think there's been that one identifiable player that's having an incredible game. Statistically, that player would be Bouchon if there was one. But again, even then, I think you're kind of grasping at straws, right? So for me, I think it's not so much a single player. I want the entire squad to actually show up to this matchup.
I like that. I like that. On the flip side, obviously, we have Mont, a bunch of players that we've talked about quite a few times when it comes to their roster, whether that is because of the recent additions of the players or who's able to step up to the plate here a ton. I mean, we've seen the slaying power out of Lydia, and she was the newest addition to the squad. How do you think they're going to be able to handle this?
I think they should be able to handle it. Look, again, I kind of agree with Bobby in the sense that we can talk about the hypotheticals, but we are expecting Mont to be able to win this game, but realistically, they still have to be careful. You can't underestimate any of these teams. You are at the highest level of competition here in Europe, at least anyway, so you still have to be careful. Everybody here does know how to shoot back. So if you are Mont, you really do need to lock into this one. A nice convincing win would probably give them some confidence heading into the last weekend, of course, into playoffs as well. And for them, again, it's not necessarily the time to try and spread your map pool out, because you absolutely do need to win this game, but maybe start thinking about some other ways that you want to play some of your series, improving on some of the modes that aren't looking too hot.
All right, I like it. I was going to ask too, or I guess for you, Bobby, we can go to you. Is there a world, you know, where even though it's late in the competition, Mont does try something new that they have yet to show some of the other teams and tests it out here?
I think they got to try something new in Search and Destroy, because nothing that they've really tried so far has worked. You look at the control, and that hasn't been uber convincing for them, but they've had one go-to map in Raid that, for the most part, they've been able to pull out the maps whenever they've needed them most. But yeah, for Search and Destroy, just kind of trying whatever you can to see if you can figure out something that'll give you a little bit more success. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to them just being a lot more decisive than they have, because they do tend to play Search and Destroy very, very slowly, and it's made it very easy for opponents to read.
All right, well, we'll have to see what they end up choosing when it comes to those picks and bans, and as soon as they're ready, we'll get them up on the screen for you guys to start talking about. Before we do that, I also want to ask everybody in chat, I didn't even get to do this yesterday, get everybody's thoughts in chat. Who do you think is going to be winning this first important match on the day? Will Mont be clutching up that 4th place spot through to our challenge finals? Will Zantium give them a little bit of a tougher run than they're planning for? Things are starting to pop up as well, and it looks like we are starting going with that Takeoff there, Brody.
Yeah, this is what you want. This is a perfect start for Zantium. This is the map in which they've won twice. I think they've won 2 Hardpoint maps, I want to say, and this was both of them.
You think this is perfect for Zantium?
Definitely. Oh, 100%. I mean,
Takeoff and Arsenal are Mod's 2 best maps.
I mean, they're not going to win anywhere else. to be frank about it, I mean, like, they've proven they are proficient on Takeoff before. Not necessarily against Mont. I'm not gonna argue that they are definitively going to win, but I think this is their best map and it's their best chance.
Do you play it? I mean, it's that age-old question. Do you play to the opposition's strengths or you play to yours?
At this point, I think you play to yours as much as humanly possible. You've got to grasp at what you can.
You can go either way with it, I suppose. It's one of them things, and they've chosen to go with their strengths, looking over towards the search and destroys as well. I think, yeah, especially for Mont yesterday, I really wasn't impressed with the firing range. So they need to bring more to the table in that sense. Express, again, we're going to get to see that first, and of course, if we do need the firing range, that is a concern, but we get Raid again in the control. That is of no surprise whatsoever. So yeah, interested. I still think this should be a very good game. I'm expecting Mont to go on to win it, but Zantium are the ones with more to lose here. Mont are in that position where if they get this game solidified, they are in and they can chill. But I feel as if they've actually still got some fallback at least anyway, even if they don't win this one. So yeah, they should still be pretty relaxed, but they won't want to lose this whatsoever.
I mean, I don't know.
Not sold.
The raid is what you expect because that's the only control map that either of these teams has won so far this season. So that was pretty predictable. Firing range, if we go to it, I feel like Zantium have improved a little bit right there. So if by some miracle we get to a map 5, then there's actually potential that Zantium can take the series. I just don't know realistically where that second map really comes in.
Well, we're going to find out. It's time for me to send you two off to the other half of the studio to get yourselves ready for match number 1 so we can see how it's all going to play out. Give me your scoreline prediction here, 10.
I'm going to go 3-1 to Mont, but I think it's difficult because you would fully expect Mont to be comfortable in this, but in this situation for them, in the sense of I'm kind of going to contradict myself here in a certain kind of way. I just said that, they do still have other opportunities to do it, but they know that this is their best one. So if they do go on to lose this game, they know that they are in a little bit of trouble. So I think if the pressure gets to them, Zantium are coming into this with very little, so they could actually go on and maybe force a map number 5, and that is maybe where things could get crazy. But I think Mont closes in 4.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how they do, in fact, do. Match number 1, ready to go. Brody, Bobby, let's kick today off.
All right. Well, obviously, we get things started with the Takeoff, and we will see if this is the real opportunity for Zantium. I mean, realistically, even if it is their best map, we still go into this expectations toward Mont. But Zantium surprised us yesterday. I didn't think that they were going to be able to take down Nexus, and they were able to do that. So maybe that's some momentum that they can continue to build on heading into this one.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page at least that we think Mont is going to win this still. I just think it's the best chance maybe that Zantium have here at map number 1. We go back to that matchup yesterday, which they won versus Nexus, and it was the same kind of story at the very beginning of the season. I think this was the map they took away from Ricey. It was in the exact same way, where they managed to control P2 for basically, if you have P2 3 times, you get about basically 180 points you can get from it. They got about 70% of that across the board because of how good they were controlling it. And weirdly enough, I think they're one of the only teams that actually use the Gravity Vortex gun, and it's so useful on that P2 hardpoint. So if they do it again, Zantium could well have a good start to the series, but they are definitely up against it against Mont. Make no mistake, Mont here are a force to be reckoned with. We want to see them have a good start, Bobby.
And I don't think Zantium have found a kill yet, which is obviously not a great sign to get things started right here. Naturally, Mont in control of the hard point. Rue can be able to make his way on through, but J-Say will shut him down immediately, and Mont have things completely locked down right now. Zakur is trying to sniff out a ghost. He will have no success in doing so. Finally making a wrap back toward mid. Does hunt down Etsy and spots one player on the objective. So things have been cleared, but nobody there to reinforce the point for Zantium. Finally do get 1 point on the board, but definitely a slow start for them.
Yeah, and we've talked pretty often here about kind of what our expectations around P1, right? How much time should you give away towards a team on the first hard point in any given hard point across this game? And generally speaking, time like this is a lot to give away towards Mont. So you're really not content with this whatsoever, and you've got to have a convincing rotation towards next. And you can look over towards the minimap, and you can see that's really just not the case whatsoever. Mont are getting all of the kills that they require at the moment. Ryu's going to be the only one over here to challenge. And again, Bobby, if you're giving away 40 seconds on P1, you have to have a good look at things over towards P2. And look at the kill feed, look at the minimap at the moment. It's not convincing, is it?
Yeah, and we talk about the importance of the Grav Vortex, especially when it comes to this hard point, but being this early in the game, naturally, majority of players not going to have operators charged quite yet. Xantium have been able to make their way into the hard point initially, but Mont reinforced the backside. Lydia breaks through single-handedly, and just like that, she has earned streaks and earned control of the hard point as well. Jace trying to ward off the players on the opposite side by himself. Reinforcements have arrived, 6 kills to his name at this point. And obviously, with 20 seconds on the board, you do have to keep eyes on rotation. 2 players on Mont trying to make a route across the map, and it looks like they should be able to sniff out that 1 player on the top side, but they don't. And big gunfights right here as Aspect comes out on top.
Yeah, now Mont spawning out on the other side of the map as well. So Xantium in for a chance here to get a good hold over by P3, but it's the hold that's been the problem so far in this game. They only walk away from P2 with about 10 to 15 seconds of time. So this needs to be a big hard point from them. Across the middle of the map, Bouchon trying to provide the coverage. It's not going to be there just yet. Hunter Killer Drone is going to be thrown towards the point. It's not actually going to get anything, and I was wondering how Mont would approach this hill. Spawn for the back line here. It means it's going to be a 2-2 split around this hard point, but at the moment they're going in really individualistically, and, well, Xantium are winning pretty much all of these gunfights as well, but they're still trying to find their way through, Bobby. They're still going 1 by 1.
Yeah, and this is the approach that they took up against Omniscient yesterday, and I felt like it really cost them, but fortunately, there's a lot of value to be found from that War Machine. Jace now breaking into the point, not going to be able to connect with the Hunter Killer. And I thought maybe there would be a trade. Etsy finally breaks on through with the Sparrow in hand. Lots of shots still remaining for him, but Trophy goes down. That's going to be able to save Bouchon, and Xantium, once again, doing a solid job of holding the line here at P3. Etsy will be the final gun to break through into the hard point. And it looks like Mont already with a setup toward P4, but Zakur's looking to break through.
Yeah, Xantium have got those back spawns at the moment. Bit of a rogue spawn coming through from Jace, so if Forget takes a while to get in towards the hard point, he's going to get shut down from behind anyway, but it's not really mattering that much, to be honest, on the whole here, as Mont are doing a good job for the initial gunfights. They might soon find themselves overwhelmed, though. Just a couple more players inside the hard point. Fahim and Lydia, what can they get done? They are winning all of these gunfights where required as well. Xantium getting overwhelmed from those back spawns from Mont, and, well, while Xantium might have had the numbers on that initial push, it all goes all right. And now Mont inside. They've got the operators. Lydia with the Purifier finds the first, not going to find a second. Daytail going to double up there with the operator, looking pretty good. Mont here about to approach 100 points. Ryu going to look to give it a go. He's going to get shut down. And Xantium, they are trying to find their way through. Finally, they isolate Etsy in towards the hard point. Surely they should very easily be able to take him down. And, well, he gets away 1 kill. No more than that. Ryu looking for another one. He's not going to find it as well. Bobby, Xantium, they are trying to get their way through. It's just not convincing enough.
Yeah, and they've been able to close the gap some, especially from what we saw through the first couple of hard points. I think especially that flip on the spawns to give them a little bit more leeway toward P3 worked wonders, but unfortunately, the whole feed goes blue right there, and that should be the opportunity for Mont to start stacking points. To have as convincing of a P1 as they did the first time around, you got to think probably gives them a little bit of advantage heading in here, but obviously we expect that a lot of these players are going to be charging up their operators to save for either P2 or P3. We'll see if we have that same emphasis, but my gosh, is Daytel going to town. 6 spree for him as he's able to clear off the point.
I'm going to be honest, I can't say I've even really seen much of an operator out of Xantium at all at the moment. There's nothing, really, nothing that has been that useful to getting towards these hard points. They've been mostly doing it via scrappy gunfights that have been going in their favor. But right now they are 60 points down. They cannot even afford to give this back 20 seconds to Mont. Pinch play coming through from Zakurs and Forget, and Zakurs will double up. So they might have a good shot at this scrap time. But once again, that PT rotation beckons and Mont will be the first team to touch. Xantium now kind of do need these operators to hurry up to get themselves into the hard point.
Yeah, fortunately only 1 charge for Mont, but they've got to find a way to apply some pressure on the back side right here. Gunfights have not looked super clean, but they're able to come out on top. Etsy looking to break through and see if he can flip out spawns right here, but he gets shut down. So Xantium do the initial damage to be able to hold the line right here. Looks like they are going to spawn out, and with that, that's the opportunity for Mont to get an even bigger chunk right here. The operators start to come out. Zakurs, Annihilator, shut down. Got a Sparrow for Etsy, that's shut down as well, but still 2 remain for Mont.
Yeah, and you're happy with that trade if you're Etsy. Mont still in control here, still Chow's coming out from Xantium, and at this point in the game, they've got no choice but to aggressively go for it, and they just can't find anybody. Jay-Say, he's firing off these War Machine pellets, none of them actually connecting though, because there's no players for them to connect to. They're dying before they even get a chance to look at the hill. On the other side, the coverage is looking pretty good. Aspect, the one player who floats by, and Etsy will double up onto them and forget. What a perfect hard point this has been thus far from Mod. They are now 100 points to the good over Xantium. And last time around, Xantium did get a chunk of time over by P3, so this is where they could maybe find their way back into the game. But ideally, Bobby, they kind of need a perfect hold here.
Yeah, they can't afford to keep going, realistically, even 30-30. Like, you need some 40-20s if you're going to start to make your way back into this one. And you got to start making them happen quickly. They do have those initial rotations, and the Gravity Vortex comes out. That's going to be able to connect for the opener right there, but an equalizer loss is going to be costly. It looks like the Grav Vortex not going to find any more value. Right now, Forget trying to see how much he can find out of this War Machine. 2 kills right there will definitely be a nice start.
Nicely done. Xantium looking for the back 35 here. Jump up happening from Lydia. She's going to get shut down. So they're doing a really good job at the moment here, Bobby, of watching all of their entry points. Forget looking to double up. He will find a triple as a matter of fact. And now Xantium might be in for a shot of one crossing that 100-point barrier. They've just got to deal one pesky player that's managed to make his way through. Daytel's being super duper annoying. He's actually going to get shut down. And that was the utilization of the equalizers coming out from him there. So big investment for the back 20 seconds that does not go his way. We said they needed a full 60 off this hill, Bobby. Well, they got it.
Well, they've been phenomenal on P3 both times around. And obviously, you'd love to be able to chain that to P4, but Mont have got things locked down in every direction possible, so they're going to be the ones that have to break on in. We did see some decent investment on P2 as well, so some of those operators should start to charge, and they've actually broken through right here. Forget is in the zone right now. EFP has been earned. Maybe not a necessary call in, as that's not going to earn him a whole lot of value, but does give the call to Mont. I'm on a burner right now, and you have got to be the ones to stop me. They break in the front side, but should be an opportunity to pinch right here. Unfortunately for Bouchon, the claw is shut down, and my gosh, did that feed go blue quickly.
Yeah, that is a disastrous situation for Xantium. You might well have found your way back into the game off that hill, and then immediately Mont are able to break you so easy. The awareness of just players flanking wasn't there whatsoever. And now what is there is a kill feed that is entirely in control from Mont. They are about to get the last 10 seconds off this hill. By the end of it, they'll be crossing the 210-point mark, 40 points away from victory, and Xantium have barely dug their heels here in this game. 124 points. They haven't made a mark whatsoever. They've got to start to get something going right about now. And they're working up against it as well. Fahim's got a Predator missile, which he's actually going to utilize right here, right now. Wants to remove any chance of Xantium getting something going. That should take Ryo down if somebody else doesn't. Well, Etsy will do exactly that. The hill is now popped, but Mont, I think, still seem preoccupied with where Xantium are actually just spawning.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Pred missile fall in slow motion. It gradually lands to the ground right there, and Mont are still climbing on the scoreboard. Xantium finally break through, and it may be the longest break that we've seen on any P1 so far. We do have Zakur's Annihilator pops. He's able to find 2. So with Xantium finding some real estate toward P1 and an opportunity to clear the high ground right here, they might be able to close this gap, as once again, they've had strong points at various hard points throughout this one. It's just been a question of consistency, and that was not a consistent gun spray.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'd argue it's not even that. It's been a question of the rotations. Once again, Xantium failing to recognize they need to rotate over towards P2 now. You've got 5 seconds left of the ult hill, and you even given that time away to Mont. Predator missile comes down to Secures, and that's not really done all that much. So now you need Ryo to go big. Here with these equalizers, what can he do? Going to catch Fahim off guard, looking for the kill. There's one, but can't find more, and you ideally needed more value than that. Xantium, though, still on their way here. They're going to be the first ones to touch. Lydia up with the Purifier, finds one. On the other side, Jay-Say, who's been so effective with this War Machine, is going huge, finds a double kill. It is only now Bouchon left to deal with, and Daytel wants to really bring this game home, trying to just keep these guys away from the hill.
He has been so crucial for them on this map. 48 kills on the board for him, and Mont only need 12 more seconds to lock things in. Xantium doing their best to keep things contested on the top side, but Daytel continues to break through. Forget finally going to be there to shut him down. Etsy taken out. It's Lydia on the flank, but she's taken down as well, and Xantium should be able to keep things alive. The question is, will they be able to chain on over? And my gosh, does Fahim go big with the claw right there? Not going to be enough for the full clear, but the final kills do go through. Mont can still win it here. Brett drops from above. Fahim's able to connect, and it looks like Mont should have enough time to close things out.
Incredible game from Mont. Xantium, we talked about it, what they did differently there comparatively to those wins over Ricey and Nexus, and quite frankly, the win condition, P2 control, time and time again back in those matches was just not there whatsoever. And to be honest with you, I'll be a little bit critical here. I think it wasn't even Mont being proactive about it. It was Xantium failing to capture the spawns, failing to even really try to capture the spawns every single time it popped. And if that happens, you're not going to get control of it, frankly.
Yeah, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Daytel because he's a player that I've wanted to see more out of for Mont this season, and that was probably the best map that we've seen out of him. Obviously, the War Machine plays were just on point every single time that he pulled it out. But really, once Mont built that initial lead, there's a couple fight back points out of Xantium, but never really able to close the gap in a meaningful way. And obviously, Mont capitalized on it right there, and they're able to take map 1.
Yeah, as you said, mate, there are a couple of moments where Xantium do feel like they might be able to fight back in. This was one of them, actually, where Xantium got a convincing 50 to 60 seconds off P3 in the second set. That's a nice triple coming out from Forget. But that was really the only moment where they actually impressed us. Then, of course, they did have another moment, literally in the hill that followed. And this was the moment where Mont just took it right away from them, right? I mean, Xantium, they look like they might be able to get control of P4. They don't because of those incredible plays from the likes of Daytel and the rest of the Mont squad. And Xantium just felt like that might have been, I think, the moment where it just fell completely and utterly away from them. That's without even mentioning the great operators coming out from Mont there on those final hills. Just really well played on the whole. Mont finished with 250 to 160 victory, and that might be the highest kill game from a single player we've had this season in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, that was just craziness out of Daytel, 55 and 28. So not only putting up a high kill count, but a 2 KD along with it, grabbing some hard point time, actually on the equalizers right there, which makes sense for this play style that he has. And you can see across the board, Xantium just had a tough time keeping up. And obviously that's going to play a factor. But like you said, the rotations, when you are on point with the rotations, that puts you in position to win those opening gunfights as well. And unfortunately, Xantium were not doing that. So now they got to head into the search and destroy. But yesterday, they gave me a little bit of hope with their search. I think especially up against Nexus in the firing range, showing some improvement. And I think given how much Mont have struggled, this is 100% a winnable map.
Definitely, for sure. I think going back to that Fire Range Search and Destroy they played yesterday, for the first 3 rounds, I was concerned. I'm not going to lie. I was like, yeah, Nexus is just running at you and they're having a good time with it. And I thought it would just completely fall apart for Xantium. And then somehow they managed to pull themselves together. They got a foothold after round number 4. And effectively, in the following 7 rounds, they won 6 of them. So Xantium looked good yesterday in Search and Destroy, and I think it is the fact that they were so well put together as a team. If they can do that against Mont, that'll be great, but I don't want Mont to come out flying into this game, winning the first 3 rounds, and Xantium to fall apart. I do not want to see that if I'm Xantium. We're already going to see Mont getting aggressive at the start of this one, straight towards B. Lydia wants that first bud. She, of course, is going to get it onto Zakurs. Forget now the next one he really needs to take down, and Forget's got the sniper rifle in hand. The Locust doing some serious work at the moment, whiffing a couple of shots, though, against Jace and Etsy. Would be nice if he could find some more value, but not going to get it done. But he will do enough, at least, to bring this down to a 3 versus 2.
Bouchon working the heady right across that railway. Not anybody spotted out quite yet. One player lurking through, cross stairs. That should be Rue, so he's going to have the opening engagement right here. Gets spotted out and has no idea that Daytel's right there. All on to Bouchon. Etsy catches him out on the flank, and that's Mont taking the opening round. So fairly convincing right there, is Xantium not really able to find anything outside of those opening snipes from Forget. We'll see if we have a slightly varied approach off the start right here, but once again, 2 players heading on down toward that bottom B side, and that is Forget spotted out early on. Nade shot going to be attempted right there, but that's Mont finding the 2 opening kills, and unfortunately the snipe's not going to connect. And I think we might need to reevaluate the approach right here if we're Xantium.
I think it's just very difficult when a team on the offense gets aggressive. You kind of need to match them at that pace, and that really hasn't happened for Xantium. Now, how about this for pace? Mont are going on a hunt. Bouchon, they can smell him. Execution, maybe? Question mark? Execution, please? Bouchon's going to get 1 kill for free, and now maybe that'll slow up these execution attempts somewhat. Fahim just looking for the final snipe and said, yeah, not going to mess around anymore. Enough playing with your food, folks. 2 rounds deep now. Mont starting strong on these offenses.
Yeah. We'll see if Xantium are able to make that adjustment. Obviously, it's a risky one whenever you have a team that just straight up full sends it toward the B site. But it looks like they're going to kind of take the same approach right here, sending 3 players lower B as Mont send every single player. And if you don't have anything to counter the shotgun, there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do. They're able to trade 1, but just not going to be enough in the current scenario, and leaves everything down to Bouchon and Aspect once again. Bomb does go down. Bouchon picks up 1 onto Jay. So it becomes a little bit more doable, 2v3 instead of a 2v4. But still so many long angles being watched right here. And Bouchon, I don't know if he got the audio cue. He definitely did not. He's going to turn around. The timing goes his way. Daytel gets a little overzealous on the execution. And all of a sudden, it's into a 1v1 right around the corner. Doesn't have any idea. And the audio cue gives the information to Etsy. A little bit dicey right there, but Mont take the 3rd round.
Almost. We were almost there for a 1v3. Would have been sensational, but no, denied from Ryu there, who gets that final kill. Or Etsy, excuse me, gets that final kill. And now, Mont 3-0 up. These offenses, these just openings have been stellar. And again, Xantium haven't really been able to match the pace. They will draw the first blood and the second as well. The double snipes coming out from Aspect and Forget. Trades, though, pretty good from Mont. Zakurs will find the 1 against Daytel. So 3 versus 2 now for Xantium. Nice slide out from Zakurs to take down Jay. Fahim all of a sudden left up here in a 1 versus 3, or 1 versus 2 now as he picks up that first kill. He's got a better weapon for the situation, has the R9 in the back pocket and the DRH ready to go. Still, even with this weapon at this range, it is incredibly difficult to take these fights on, especially when you get double chowed like that. And all of a sudden, Xantium on the board. I've seen this before somewhere.
I feel like I've seen this exact scenario where you go down 3-0, then all of a sudden you get locked in. Xantium, obviously not a convincing round right there, but they're able to get the job done. And some of those adjustments paying off. 3 players the bottom side once again. Can they find anything on the opening? And there's Forget finding 2. Rue finds another. And just like that, we're down to 2 remaining Mont players. Xantium still with a lot of players up. Forget a little bit over-aggressive off of that one. That's going to allow Jay to play his life. They don't sniff him out, but Rue's able to find another, and now he's all by his lonesome in a 1v3.
He's going to find the first. Nice isolation. Second, going to challenge him as well. You've got to be careful if you're Aspect here. I know you've got an R9. You'll be feeling pretty happy about it. And to be fair, actually, I don't think Jay's seen this, so... Oh, no. Wait. Does Aspect know?
Nope.
Not a Scooby. Jay's just walked straight past. And that is going to definitely help him here in this 1 versus 2, especially given the fact that, once again, these players are extremely isolated. Yeah, all right, they're relatively next to each other. But if Jay finds one of these kills, Bobby, that is not going to get traded.
Yeah, he's going to actually wrap all the way to the opposite side of the map. And it looks like, for the time being, Xantium are going to play the audio cue off the bomb pickup. You would assume that they probably have an idea that it's over by that B side. Jay trying to find some amount of information, really anything that he can work with. Because even though Aspect lost him on that play, he's got an opportunity right here to make something happen. What is that timing? I don't think Rue saw him either, but they do get the information off that bomb pickup. With the position he's put himself in, there shouldn't be a way for him to close this one out. He said, I want the extra points. The kill and the defuse is going to go through. Now back-to-back rounds for Xantium. It's starting to feel like deja vu.
I think the big difference maker at the moment here from Xantium is that they are, again, from those first 3 rounds, we're not matching the aggression whatsoever. Now they are. They are getting towards that site first. If I'm Mont, to be honest, I start to give this a different look. I don't go to B anymore because B, it feels like it's not working anymore, but they're just going to continue beating the drum that is this B push. They are technically speaking in a 5 versus 3 on this one, so they've got the numbers to make it happen. Zakurs, though, going to find the double, and that will not help the situation whatsoever. Zakurs still over here. Zakurs is finding a hell of a value. 3 kills for him. And yeah, all right, you're in a 2 versus 2 if you're a Mont, but Zakurs has really put a stop to this.
Yeah, and especially with the way the rest of the players got torn to pieces, that's a huge play. Opportunity, he's gone prone, and the Deagle comes out as Aspect takes down 1, has info onto Jay, and the quick scope connects. 3 rounds in a row go through for Xantium right there. and the offense completely falls apart for Mont. No adjustments over on the B site, and Xantium are able to capitalize.
Fair play. That's all you could say, right? Fair play to Xantium. Fair play to Zakir's an aspect for winning that round for the team. And now Mont on the defense. They are facing down what they could not do, an A push. It is just going to be Fahim over here, but that's probably the player you want, if anything, because they've got the R9 up top. And they could do a serious amount of damage. The shots need to be there, though, and a little bit tasty as he picks up a second kill, too. Fahim starting to blow this play wide open, and now if you're Xantium, you're kind of stuck in the mud. You're dealing with a player coming on the flank from Daytel, and you will get that trade, but this is still a 2 versus 5. Now make it a 1v4.
Yeah, if you're going to try to make that push over toward the A side, you've got to get some semblance of topside room control, and unfortunately, Fahim's able to blow up the play, so 9 kills to his name. And Mont retake the lead in this one, but we'll see if Xantium have anything else up their sleeve. It looks like, once again, going to be an A push, and this time, Mont don't send a single player. They're looking to push all the way through mid and see if they can force them back, but now they're back toward the A side, and Xantium have pretty much completely stalled out off the spawn.
Hold on. Is this a bait play? Is this like a hold back, you know, Mont are going to force hit B and go straight towards B, or am I giving them too much credit here?
I think it's a bait play.
I mean, if it's a bait play, it's a really slow one. A lot of slow motion going on in this series. We had the Predator missile earlier on. We have Xantium, apparently, that can only move at 0.2 times speed. And they've still got one player to deal with over here, so it's not a completely clear sight. Mont haven't completely abandoned ship. And Lydia can do a lot of damage. And I do not know what this player is from Xantium. I'll be totally honest. This is peculiar, to say the least.
Can't remember if it was Clayster or somebody else that had just like the 15-second delay play where you sit and spawn.
Yes.
And then you go and catch the other team off guard. I thought that's what they were going to do, but they just stayed and spawned the entire time. So they lose one player right there. Zakurs is going to drop. Engagement right here as Daytel's able to take down Forget. And now the play has been completely blown up as they don't really have any avenue other than A with only 35 seconds remaining. Bouchon gets shut down, and now you find yourself in a 2v4. Aspect equalizes a little bit. You've got to move quickly, though.
Yeah, maybe if Ryu can find one kill over here by the bomb, it'll be good. You are going up against Fahim, though, who has the R9, and I think just saw him. Patient as ever, though. Fahim's not just going to run out into the open willy-nilly. He's actually going to wait for the timing. Should have the audio cue here that the bomb is going down, and Fahim is just not moving. He's big chill, and now finally going to go for it, but that is post-plant. So now Aspect has that bomb being down on his side here in the 1 versus 3. Fahim on the hunt for the kill. Going to try and bait the defuse play. Yeah, Aspect comes out for the pre-fire. It works perfectly. Generally speaking, that doesn't work, but that time it did. Bobby, Xantium, they had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie.
They did indeed. I was really hoping that they had something up their sleeve off that delayed push, but it wasn't even a delayed push. It was just a delay and delay. Mont bounce back. They take a couple of rounds right here, and once again, they're just going to full send over toward B. They'll have one player go top train side, and it's a very, very delayed approach out of Xantium, which they're going to be able to bait Etsy into. So Aspect finds the opener right there. Maybe this was a little bit more of what they had in mind.
Yeah, it will throw Mont off, and it had done so last round. It was just kind of what happened after that that's very confusing. And I would like to see Xantium now get aggressive. It's worked in the first instance, and now you've lost the numbers advantage. Zakurs is thinking about edging towards B. Daytel is the only player over here to be dealing with, so as soon as you take that player down, if you take them down, you should get the bomb down. Daytel's shot. Oh, Daytel. Somebody closed the window in his bedroom. Now Xantium, again, I mean, they had the numbers. Now they most certainly don't.
And it still doesn't look like they have any definitive game plan. Aspect's just going to sit there on the heady, make it easy for Daytel to hunt him down. And now down to 2 players for Xantium right here as they're on the brink of going down 3 rounds in the series and 2 rounds in the match. Daytel going to spot another from up above and only 1 left to be dealt with. He's not going to have eyes right there. A little bit shaky on the gunfight once again. But it's still going to be Bouchon. It's a 1v4 in total, and with only 30 seconds to work with, Lydia will put him out of his misery. Mont bounce back 3 straight rounds. Can Xanthium find a way to make adjustments right here? I would be shocked if we saw that same approach for a 3rd straight round.
These must be those search and destroy strategies that people want to cover the minimap for. I don't know what's going on, but it's peculiar for sure. Xanthium now being a little bit more honest with it. This is much more what you'd expect from them. Initial trades going down, 1 for 1, so 4 versus 4 we go. That bomb now does need to be retrieved though. Mon got the numbers. Forget it's going to find a double snipe. And hold on for a second here, folks. Bashon finds another one. All of a sudden, Fahim's left up in a 1 versus 4, but he is well positioned here to still blow this play wide open with the R9. He just has to hit his shot, and the accuracy isn't there to close out the round. So there is still life in Xanthium yet.
I'm surprised it took them that long to get aggressive toward B, because the rounds that they were winning on the defensive side were the ones that they were countering that aggression toward the B side for Mont and winning those opening gunfights. So they're able to make it happen right here. They're going to take the exact same approach and just see if they can brute force their way all the way through. But Fahim's going to find first blood right there, and Lydia has lurked all the way up to their side. Daytel finds one from above, and this time the play gets completely blown up as Etsy finds one more, and there's Lydia to find the final frag. Mont now 1 map away from locking in a spot in the playoffs.
That was a really weird search and destroy.
That was
I really
so
don't
weird.
know what we just watched, to be honest. You watch those first 3 rounds and you're like, yeah, right. You know, might have got this locked in, 100%, might even 7-0 this one. And then Xanthium, all of a sudden, you know, they find their way to adapt to what Mont were doing, and they pull back 3 rounds back to back, make it even at the changing of the sides. And then I don't even know how to describe what happened. It's like Xanthium just like kind of turned the strats off halfway through the round. Like, here's the strat, and then we're just going to forget to do the rest.
Yep. Definitely very half-baked, it would seem. And even the approach that they took when they did make their way over to the A side, it was a good idea, but you'd have somebody hop in top A window and you don't actually check if there's anybody on the opposite side, so you give away, what, 1, 2, 3 kills for free, and then you follow it up with staring simulator. I don't even know what to call it right there, but Daytel continues to go to work. This is, I would say, the best series that we've seen out of him all season long, no question. 16-9 there, following up his 55 bomb and the hard point. And yeah, he is absolutely leading the way for Mont right now.
Well, every dog has his day. Every day Tell has his day. I don't know. There's a pun in there somewhere. Yeah, good performance coming out from Daytel though on the whole. This has been a brilliant series for him so far. And this is much more reminiscent of what I'd come to expect from Daytel back in the Open Finals, because when we watched Mont back then, it was Daytel and Jace that were the top performers on the roster. If you kind of looked at the stats, they were the ones that were performing, and Lydia kind of had a couple of good games as well. Things have definitely flipped, I think, this season. You know, when we've been looking at the likes of Fahim, what he's been able to bring to the roster. Etsy has also had some good games as well, but we haven't had those kind of same performances from Daytel. Now we have, but we're over towards raid control for what could be the final map in this series. A reminder that yesterday, Mont took Omniscient head-on in this game mode. They forced them to a round 5, and that does not bode well for Xanthium.
Yep, they have a very tall task ahead. Going to be able to keep their lives off the start right here. Mont finding a couple. Etsy, not enough ammo in that one, but they find their way onto the objective. 1 tick already, and that's a full yellow feed. That's going to force a full reset for Xanthium, and they're not going to be able to find any mid-control. Lydia is going to be that cutoff player, regardless of what route you want to take, and she is not going to be easy to deal with.
Yeah, Lydia are doing a lot at the moment here from Mont off the start of this round. Jeez Louise! Please, somebody stop Lydia. That is actually not fair. She's running into Secures as well, and she thought, might as well. You know what? I've got a few kills at the start of this round. I might as well go for another one with a melee, but she'll get punished for it and finally getting shut down. But the damage is done. Mont have already picked up B off the start of this round, and they had basically 2 minutes and 15 seconds worth of time to have a free range. Xanthium have not set themselves up for this whatsoever. Daytel is running riot. Hello. Finds so many kills up top, and Mont are just doing so much damage, and they're not being punished for any of this over-aggression at all.
I mean, straight up, Xanthium just can't win a gunfight. It feels like the majority of the ones that Mont are winning, they're not even getting hit. It's just free kills for days, free streaks, and free objective captures. Finally, Zakur's able to shut down one, but down 10 lives this early with 1 objective already captured does not bode well for them. Lydia has still got to be dealt with, and she's just bobbing and weaving back and forth between the objective and spawn. And it looks like these two players just going to be pretty much uncontested as Aspect doesn't want to challenge the smoke. Finally, one player to go mid-steps, and Rue shuts down Lydia. So an opportunity for Xantium, but they just can't lose a single gunfight for the next minute and a half, which is not a realistic expectation.
Hey, that's underestimation of what Xantium are capable of. 5v14, no problem. Okay, maybe not. Jace. Oh, Jace, gonna find a couple of kills. Just down to be Sean and Aspect here, and they are both stuck inside the kitchen. Wanna cook us an omelette while you're there, boys? Aspect. Snipes off. Come on, give us a nice clip to end the round. Give us one kill to end the round. No, not at all. And yeah, to be honest with you there, Bobby, I think Xantium, as soon as you lose control of B, give up. Actually prepare yourself properly for what is going to happen over towards A. And because they didn't do that at all, it doesn't really matter. You can just throw away what's happening with the kills from Mon. You didn't prepare for that at all, and that was ultimately their downfall.
Yep, 100%. We'll see what they can bring on the offensive side. Once again, one player to check mid, but Zakurs does not hit a single bullet. He shut down instantaneously, and Mont have already made their way onto the objective. Streaks have been earned for Etsy as well. So he's got one player left to deal with. That's going to be Rue sliding through, but he gets the information and wins the gunfight anyway. Xantium, not a terrible start right here, as they're able to take 5 lives off of Mont and at least keep them off of capturing B fully to get things started.
This is a pretty good start coming out from Xantium. And Mon are hitting this one by one as well, so a little bit of an error coming through. Oh, Jesus Christ. Etsy hitting jump shots, hitting a quick scope as well. Not enough to actually pick up the kill versus Zakurs, but enough to scare him away. This has been a brilliant start, though, for Xantium here in this offensive round. They seem to be at least mentally touching that A point, but Mont are a lot more prepared for it, even though they are 5 lives down. Look at the positioning across the map here. Players in the middle looking to pick up some kills. Fahim and Lydia doing exactly that. And it is Lydia's positioning that I think is the biggest problem for Xanti at the moment, because if she wasn't in bedroom, well, nobody would be spawning where they are right now. But Ryu's going to come through for the kill versus Fahim, and Lydia's going to go down as well. So Xantium might well have just broken out of their prison.
He's still got the equalizers right here, so he can continue to zone off, but challenges the sniper, and he will pay. Mont slowly creeping back the lives that they had lost initially, and with Lydia on the flank right here, should be able to at least cut off mid. So no easy avenue through. Jace is going to get shut down, though. And one more sniper to deal with. That's going to be Aspect. Nice little two-piece there. And Xantium have built a little bit of a life lead once again. Zakurs shut down. Annihilator's taken out of the equation. They've got a couple more to work with if they want them. Fahim's going to be forced back, but for the time being, they're safe.
I think one half of that spawn trap being set up at the moment from Daytel. They actually have to get the kills to get it done, though. Right, being an annoyance inside the kitchen. Fahim going for the gunfight, and Ryu's actually going to find a second here. So Xantium is still hanging about, and I mean, Daytel was well removed from the action because he wanted to set that spawn trap. He couldn't find any help. They were very much preoccupied over by the point. And now their lives are very much down here in this situation. Forgetting going to utilize the last of his War Machine pellets for a kill versus Fahim. Lydia goes down, and she'll be out for the rest of the round as Mont find themselves in a 4 versus 9, and Xantium want this big hit through kitchen to work. But you've got to be careful you don't line yourselves up for the likes of Etsy, who finds 2. This is still possible, a 2 versus 7, though it's a lot to ask for. Etsy's going to find one, enough for him. Now a 2v5.
He's going to be able to pick up an SMG right there, and that gives them a little more versatility. He's going to pop the claw right here in a 2v5. They've only got to make sure they keep it clear for 9 seconds, but there's 2 players within range right there. He wraps through water, and now they invest another, and Etsy takes himself out with the Sparrow. Mont wastes 2 operators right there in a 2v7 as they lose the round as well. Whew, maybe some questionable decision-making at the end of that one.
You know what? Maybe they were thinking, you know, we've got mistakes to make here in this series. We'll do it just so the casters can have a laugh about it. Yeah, that's a lot of investment coming out from Mont in the end in a 2 versus 5. Etsy does make it realistic, but it's surely not to be.
He makes it realistic and then he sparrows himself.
You know what? I rate it. It was actually a really high IQ play in some other universe, but not this one. Yeah, definitely not. Mont having just as good of a start to this game as they did round number 1. B already fallen by the wayside here. A whole 2 minutes and 20 seconds now to work their way over towards A. And I already criticized it back in round number 1, Bobby. Xantium have done the exact same thing again here. They have regressed themselves all the way towards Tiki and basketball. They've got no control over the whole extent of the pull whatsoever, and Montium can just do this. They can just send players forward because they are getting closer spawns through the middle of the Zig, through bedroom side. There's nobody from Zantium blocking it.
Yeah, they just don't seem to want any kitchen control. They don't want money control. They're like, you know what? We'll just win those head-on gunfights in mid, and hopefully that'll be enough. And if Aspect is, you know, sniping his butt off the way that he is, then there's a chance that you can make that happen. But once again, you're not putting yourself in a good position, but looks like he's going to be able to make it happen anyway. That's 3 in a row for him. Bouchon finally gets that kitchen control that they're looking for. So they're able to cut off 1, but a player or 2 gets pushed up for Mont right here. Jayce's going to be able to abuse that head glitch, and with 2 players taken down, they retake the life lead. 1 more player going to get dealt with, but Zantium, nice feed. Fahim has the response.
Here we go. Mont now. Again, nobody's contest with along that pool side because you just saw that double coming through from Fahim. So now everybody inside money, everybody inside kitchen. Jayce just shooting some shots wildly through the smoke. None of them actually going to connect for a kill. Now Daytail needs to get aggressive here, and well, the trade's definitively going in favor of Zantium. They might be 3 lives down in this one, but they have burned 1 minute and 20 off the clock here. Done a stellar job at keeping Mont away, but no more. Etsy and Fahim find the kills, and now Mont right back at it.
I swear Etsy makes the Deagle look like an annihilator with the way that he uses it. Aspect continues to connect with that sniper, so the lives have remained fairly even, 8 to 10, but there's 4 operators ready to go for Zantium, and with the position that they're in right now, I feel like you got to use at least 1. Etsy responds to the snipe right there. Only 36 seconds remain. Zakurs finds another and equalizes the lives even more.
Please, Zantium. I know it's January, but all I want for Christmas is an operator out of you. Please, something, now. 1 operator. Bouchon. He's trying it, and he's going to pick up the Annihilator. So Zakurs is going to invest it. This is a big play coming out from Zakurs, and now Mont down to 13 seconds here in this round, Bobby. They've just got to get past the Anni. Zakurs, is he in position to deal with it, though? Fahim's ready for the gunfight, and he wins the gunfight as well. Forget now for the War Machine 2.
He gets on the objective, stops the clock with 4 seconds. Forget, can't hit anything, but the final shot connects onto Fahim. 1 more, and Daytail's on the objective. He goes big right there. 2 players left to be dealt with. Lydia trying to make her way. You use the Pred missile? Why? 4v1. There's 2 seconds on the... They're up, they take the round, but why?
I would like to inform you guys, I have never ever seen Bobby this bad. It's like a parent who scolded their child for like, I don't know, whatever the child has done that's awful.
They finally use the operators too, but why are we using the Pred there?
All right,
that hurts.
All right. It's okay. It's okay. Look, Zantium won the round at the end of the day, right? So it doesn't matter how they did it. They've got a round on the board now. Or another round on the board, excuse me. 2-1 up here versus Mont. Big victory for them. Now on the offense, they are actually doing something rather unique here, Bobby. They're sending 5 players straight towards A. Nobody from Mont actually positioned inside the bedroom, so they're not stopping those close spawns. And the gunfights are coming through from Zantium. I really rate this play.
They get every kill on that rotation as well, so they fully hop on. Etsy makes his way up to the heady, and Mont do pull out the Sparrow right there. Etsy's going to be able to get a lot of value off of that one, completely zones out the entire push. So they're going to be able to wipe that progress off the board, but Zakurs takes down the Sparrow. He finds a 2-piece right here, keeps the lives even. Able to get onto that B objective, and you continue to stop the clock and give yourself a little bit more time to work with, as Mont not really in position to counter quite yet.
Yeah, Mont don't really want to overinvest into this one, but maybe as Daytail gets those kills over by Art, maybe now that they do, Forget's going to find the double, though, and all of a sudden this becomes, well, a little bit more difficult to actually say that you want to invest in. Jayce is going to find the double. They're not actually going to stop the capture. So the extra 60 seconds do go on the board here regardless of what happens. And Mont do not have that advanced positioning immediately. Daytail has to kind of work for it, move towards it. I think Zantium should be aware of the fact that somebody's sitting in that corner, the way that you can see them positioning themselves on the minimap. You've got to imagine they're going to go for a slide chow here or a jump chow against Daytail. Yeah?
You would think so.
Please?
Flashbang connects. I think that was Daytail's right here, or at least it gets him the information that there's players hiding behind that angle. A lot of info, nothing to really work with, though. He's content to stay tucked away as finally Zakurs pushes up. He's going to find the opener and wants to get fully aggressive, and that's a full Mont feed. Now 7 lives up. Xantium, this would be a really nice place to have a Pred missile.
Well, they do have one. Forget's got one in the back pocket, so they do have that get-out-of-jail-free card if they want it. And I've got to say, I feel like now's probably the time to use it, or at least 1 or 2 operators, right? I mean, why not just throw something here to see if they can get the victory and extend this series. Xantium, though, now down to the final set of lives here. They've got no map control whatsoever. Aspect going to find a kill over by Laundry, though. So there is something to work with, but 25 seconds on the clock here. The clock is also their enemy in this situation. Xantium need to have individual gunfights in their favor. Forget's not going to get it done inside money. Zakurs and Ryu, though, will. But they are now 1 man down. Ryu's going to find the double. But again, they are just kind of slowly but surely puncturing away at a very difficult situation. Mont might well be down to a final 5 lives. Hang on, how has this happened? All of a sudden, a 3 versus 4 has come out of nowhere, but there is no time regardless. It comes down to lives. And yeah, Mont are going to get around, which I would have been very, very concerned and very, very annoyed if they lost.
That was very concerning when you saw the 3-piece go through, but the remaining players able to take down the opposition, and now we're heading into this one. 4 operators to 4 operators. Forget does have that Pred and a Hunter Killer to work with. It'll all come down to who has this strong opening start, and a lot invested right here. Fahim shut down off the Claw, and Daytel shut down off of the Equalizer. Forget's going to use the Pred missile early, so he gets information and takes down Daytel. But through all that investment, neither team really able to build much of an advantage off the start right here. Xantium already some solid progress here on to B.
Yeah, you're at least comfortable with this if you're Xantium, right? I mean, you're starting to get control of B. Hunter Killer drone coming out in the air from Mont, so we'll see whether or not that'll have any effects. So often they don't do anything. That's going to be another one of those situations. But what will do something is a couple of kills coming through from Forget and Bouchon, respectively. Aspect going to add another one to the pile, as is Zakurs. And all of a sudden, they might be able to very quickly transfer from a B capture towards A, but they are doing this very one-dimensionally, all of them coming through the kitchen, and that might well offer up an opportunity for you to get pieced by Mont if they know where you are. Jump shots, though, from Aspect, and that's 3 kills in the feed for Xantium. They're doing a good job here at getting behind enemy lines.
Jay wallbangs connect, but still 7 lives up right here, and with the forward positioning that they've been able to secure, should be able to make something happen, but the one player on the top side is going to get shut down, and just like that, they're forced to full reset. And it looks like their game plan is going to be to wrap through top laundry every time, if at all possible. One player shut down in mid. Daytel able to play his life for the time, but trades do go through. But that life lead is not as comfortable as it was previously. Sparrow does come out, and that's going to be able to take down the Equalizers in the hands of Rue. Now with the lives even, Xantium, what's the approach going to look like? Those mid pushes have not found any success. With the Sparrow still to be dealt with, you're starting to get a little bit lower on time.
Yeah, Xantium do at least kind of have a lot of different options here in this situation. They've got players in the middle of the map, players pushing out for Jayce over by bedroom side. Jayce going to win that one engagement, and the other one from Forget over towards Laundry. There's been an investment there of the Claw, I believe. Doesn't actually equate to all that much in terms of value. Etsy through the window. This heady is so disgusting. It's so frustrating to deal with, and well, Bouchon's not going to be able to do so. Ryu now has a choice to make. Where does he want to go? With 30 seconds here on the clock, he has to find some value on the flank, and well, Fahim hits the reload. Ryu going to take that every single day of the week, and now Etsy has a lot more to worry about.
Seems like Ryu should have been able to deal with it.
What?
The trophy, I think, ate. Yeah, there must have been a trophy that ate the grab vortex shots right there. So with that, they completely reset. Now they have no time. It's only 7 seconds. They get picked to pieces right here. Fahim's got a Claw to work with as well. And it looks like Xantium have waited too long on this push. Mont hold the line just long enough. And a beauty of a defense over on that offensive side to lock in the win and secure a spot in the playoffs.
I think ultimately there, when we look towards that control, Mont were just more convincing. And that's not to say they're entirely convincing. I think even going back to the amount of controls we've seen so far from Mont this season, it's not their strong suit. I think they probably know that. They'll admit as much. And they know what they need to work on. But yeah, Xantium, just when it came down to it in a couple of key positions, I think notably so when we talk about kind of the transition on offense from B to A, they do not seem to be able to recognize the power positions that Mont would have as well as Mont are. I mean, Mont, every time on the defense, as soon as they've lost the B point, they send a player towards top bedroom side to push those spawns back, because as soon as you get away with gunfights, it is significantly more difficult for the offense to make something happen. Whereas Zantium were not doing that, and I think ultimately that has been Zantium's downfall this season. There's just been a couple of things in terms of maybe just the game sense where it has not been there comparatively to other teams. And if they work on that, I tell you what, Zantium could well be a great team next season.
Yeah, I think if you're Mont, obviously you're happy that you secured a playoff spot, but both of those last two maps were very much cause for concern, as really you only have that one game mode you feel really confident in at Hardpoint. Very, very shaky control, very, very shaky search and destroy. A lot of work that still needs to be done heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, look, honestly, that control was really entertaining, though. A couple of clutch moments coming through from Mont, realistically, and Nelly a really big one as well. I mean, look, a very, very good game in that sense. Looking over, obviously, towards the Hardpoint and the search and destroy, though, I was hoping we would get a little bit more out of Zantium, but
I think the
Mont kind of like, you know, just moving away from which we were going in terms of where we thought this game would go. Mont very much established themselves as that fourth place team now.
All right. Kicking things off on, with a nice 3-0 in favor of Mont. But to be fair, we saw some glimpses, some moments there coming out of Zantium. They didn't make it easy on Mont to close it out, but after that, Mont does solidify their fourth place spot on our leaderboard with that win, even if those standings change now below them in terms of these teams jockeying for a little bit more prize pool. Mont has at least now they know that they will be moving forward to the next stage of the competition, and it is not going to be an easy stage of the competition at all by any means. So that'll be interesting to see what happens then, but we still have to get through more matches. Coming up around the corner, we have another good one. We saw it on the schedule earlier. Exclusive versus Omniscient. This is gonna be fun.
We touched on it at the end of last night's show when we were talking about in terms of some of the best players in the game. We started talking about Satins. A lot of people talk about Neil, and you know, we kind of go into this game with those two going up against each other. My prediction last night was I think Omniscient might actually win this game. I know it's early. I know it's early. Last night was even earlier actually. But I really do think that Omniscient have got it in them to win this one, and it would set us up so nicely for playoffs as well. I think it's going to be an absolute banger.
I mean, Brody was nodding over there. He might agree with you. I'm going to make you save it. You're not allowed to say it now. Okay? I'm going to make you save it for when we start talking about that matchup. Which will be after the break. So if you have even some extra points that you want to make, you can think about them, formulate them now before we get into it, okay? But before we do match number 2, we're going to send it to the first break of the day, but make sure you're here when we return, because match number 2 between Omniscient and Exclusive is going to be a solid match. You're not going to want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are looking towards match number 2 of day 2 here in EU, and now we're going to be turning our focus towards Omniscient and Exclusive. I made Brody hold his thoughts before we just went into that break on this matchup. You were about to agree with Ton, though. I saw you nodding, and I want to hear your thoughts on these two squads.
Honestly, it's something I never thought I would ever do, which is agree with Ton on something. Yeah, I do think Omniscient are about to take this. We look at Omniscient earlier on in the season, and they almost had it versus Kings. And I think they know they slipped up. But the thing is, and we briefly mentioned it towards the end of last week's show, or yesterday's show, excuse me, Omniscient have changed roster since then, and I think for the better. I mentioned at the very beginning of the season, I think Balance is arguably one of their best players. I don't think so anymore with Saturn's in the mix. But he is a massive improvement to this squad, and I think it's going to improve them so much that they are going to win this matchup.
I think it could go either way.
100%.
One thing that I noticed was whenever Exclusive were playing against Kings, they sub Spy back in for Creed, and that the roster that they played, kind of like their go-to 5 that they had been using ever since Stage 5, I felt like they looked more dominant when they were using that one. So depending on what the starting roster is, I think Exclusive are capable of winning this, but I think if you really want to assert yourselves, I think that roster with Creed in the starting 5 is going to be your best chance at taking Exclusive or taking Omniscient down.
Well, we will pull up the rosters. We'll start with Omniscient as we continue this discussion, though. Also, just a reminder for everybody at home, this is the second and third place team going up against each other right now, Ton, pretty much determining who will be that second place team at the end of it.
Yeah, 100%, because you'd absolutely expect everybody on this side of things to win their games next week as well. So yes, this should solidify that second place spot, which, well, I mean, probably means that they're just going to go up against each other in playoffs, right? I mean, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, but of course, to help which side you are on the bracket, that is always a positive as well. But realistically, I think, you know, we look at these teams as being very evenly matched, but I think I do agree with Brody, lightning striking twice here. That Balance is one of the, or at least has been one of the more proficient players over the time that we've got to see him. The SMG duo coming out of Omniscient right now looks really, really scary. And I think that's something for the side of, I mean, it's for everybody to kind of start worrying about, because if you look at Exclusive, yes, okay, their SMGs have been solid, but I want to say that I maybe put more of their credit into their ARs, I want to say. So it is going to be about that balance between both of these two teams and who really does pop off. That was it. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you. It's almost like I've been doing this for years, but you know, go on, continue.
Now I want to be Team Exclusive just so I can say that I was right whenever they both said that they were Omniscient. So I'm all Team Exclusive now.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with going against the grain. I'm here for it. Chat will ask you again your thoughts. Do you agree with our two Brits? And do you think that it will be Omniscient, or are you on side of Bobby? And do you think it'll be Exclusive? I think it's going to be close regardless. We saw how close both of these matchups were, even closer with Omniscient when they went up against Kings, but Exclusive as well up against Kings. And those are both kind of good, I guess, litmus tests for the two of them to figure out where they might be against the top of the table, now going off against each other. I do also appreciate that you did point out it means that they'll just end up facing off again, regardless of where they land in Challenge Finals, which is actually massive because this now also becomes like a scouting opportunity for these two teams.
100%, because I think we'll get something on the picks and bans here, at least to try and understand which way they both want to take it. And then, of course, we'll have the luxury of then coming back to these and looking at them at a previous point. So I think we can try and not take them with a pinch of salt, but at least with that fact in mind that they may well be going up against each other. They will know that as well. So whether or not you give stuff away, that kind of thing. Maybe I'm thinking more deep into it than they are. I don't know, because Hacienda Hardpoint comes in the first map, which is no surprise to absolutely anybody. So I don't know what that tells you about maybe what the second game's Hardpoints will be, but I think it determines on what happens in the game, obviously, here, Brody.
I think this is a really good start for this series for exclusive. Hacienda Hardpoint was the one map yesterday that they took off Kings, so I think that's just brilliant to have that in the series. And then Summit Hardpoint, it was the map that was missing yesterday versus Kings, and we know that exclusive are very confident on that. So as far as the Hardpoints go, they have absolutely won in that department, and they don't have to play Arsenal. Would you look at that? What a wonderful start.
I mean, I don't know if there's really a winner in the Hardpoint because both teams' best maps are Hacienda, Summit, and Takeoff. So we kind of knew that it was going to be some combination of those two maps. I will say the Express is one of the maps that we've seen exclusive play very well on. So the fact that they're able to get that in there is good. And we know that everybody in Europe loves playing firing range. So that's not really any surprise to see in there either. And then both teams have pretty diverse control pools as well, with both of them being solid on Standoff and Raids. So Standoff's not really a surprise. I would say it's a super evenly matched setup for this one. Only real advantage that I would give it in a major way is to that Express for exclusive.
All right. I can't wait to get into this one. For now, I'm going to send you two over yonder. Go get yourself set up on the other side of the studio. But they're mentioning, everyone's obviously we're talking about the map pool right now because we had those picks and bans, and it's something that we've mentioned for the past like 3 weeks now is the fact that both teams have really diverse map pools.
Yes. Yeah, up until last week, or up until like, I think yesterday, I think exclusive, every single map they had played was different. It was insane. You can't veto against that. Like, what is the research that you've got there? So yeah, the map pool is very deep for exclusive, and that's why on my notes I was like, I'm not even going to write down anything that Omniscient needs to veto because I don't think there is anything they need to get rid of. I think for exclusive, it was more them getting rid of the key maps. They needed to get rid of the Arsenal Hardpoint. They needed to get rid of Tunisia, Search and Destroy, and they needed to get rid of Raid Control because those are very strong maps for Omniscient. And they've done exactly that. So very successful vetoes for exclusive. They will be happy with that.
Which does that change your...
Oh, no.
No? Okay.
I'm not changing.
All right.
I'm sticking with
just making sure. Just making sure. All right. Well, now that we've gotten to hear Brody's final thoughts, match number 2 is about ready to go. So, Bobby and Ton, let's get into it.
He's far too stubborn to change any of his opinions. Anyway, let's be honest. He would never change that. We were talking about this before. I think Brody would argue against us that the sky is in blue, to be honest with you. But I mean, look, irrelevant of Brody and irrelevant of which way we all think this game is going to go, it should be an absolute banger. I mean, this is the one I think I've really been looking forward to, more so than even the Kings exclusive game, because after what Omniscient did in that very first game up against Kings, we've been on high alert since then. They've looked so good since then. They look like they've improved since then. Have they improved enough to finally get that second spot, though, over exclusive?
Yeah, I'm really glad that Brody didn't change his mind because that means that much more glory for me when exclusive ends up winning the match.
I don't want to be tied in with him, okay? I just have the same opinions. It's not my fault, okay, Bobby?
All right, we're good to go. Map number 1. Expect the spicy P1 as obviously, like we've talked about, the SMGs have been the driving force for Omniscient compared to those long-range ARs, and it looks like Creed back in the lineup. So once again, maybe a little bit of a +1 for exclusive to get things started. That is a hot feed in the top side as Veer's looking to shut things down. He's able to find one more before going traded. That will be exclusive, finding those opening 15 seconds.
Yep, they want to take those, and every single second you can get over towards P1 when we're initially kicking off the game is a massive, massive bonus. Somebody who hasn't really impressed me for exclusive, but maybe was a little bit quiet against Kings was Shark. We need to see a lot more from him, and he is going up against a very, very good SMG Joe on the side of Omniscient, so he needs to be at the very top of his game. Looking over towards these rotations right now, it is Omniscient who are going to be there with 15 seconds left to go over towards P1. They've already got a little bit of presence. It's a big gunfight to kick things off. Lucky will win it up against Cesar, and the reinforcements will be on their way, but not quite as soon as he would have liked. Exclusive will pick up around another final 5 seconds, and will have themselves a decent lead heading in towards P2, but it is Omniscient here first.
Tough little spawn out for Omniscient. They're going to be able to reinforce slightly right here, but Exclusive make their way up waterside. Creed's able to find one as Veer finds another. And just like that, they have already broken through the front line right now. One player out of position for Omniscient, looking to make a play. Maybe struggling with a hop up. That means things are going to be easy for those Exclusive players in the hard point as the ARs continue to tear through this Omniscient line, trying to find some semblance of unity right here to find a push on through, but you got Creed with a hunter-killer. He is going to get taken down before that comes on out, and Omniscient have broken on through with 30 seconds remaining.
Eventually do get the trades to go in their favor, and that kill feed eventually looking a little bit better for Omniscient. They managed to find a few kills. They will find this break. 20 seconds still to play for here. Both two teams in a position where they can maybe do something about this. The kills starting to come through, and it feels like the flurries of kills at the right time so far have fallen the way of Exclusive. Heading over towards P3. It is going to be Exclusive first ones here, but the numbers should be there for Omniscient as they will be able to come in from the high side. Cesar, really, really good start from Exclusive. Some good time at P1, some great time at P2. Decent, comfortable lead and positioning over towards P3 from Exclusive. Omniscient yet to get into this game.
Yeah, Shark got a really, really solid spawn over toward that P3 side, so he was able to make early rotation. You see the equalizer come out for Veer. Creed needs one more bullet to find the kill, and he's able to do that. Pretty heavy investment right here as Neil's going to opt to pull the Annihilator as well, and he will not regret it. 3 straight kills and continues to push forward as he's going to be able to spot out Gothilla. Trying to go 6 for 6. The EMP has almost been earned. He's going to get the information off of that as he takes down Saturn's as well. And finally, the Annihilator going to run out, but the damage has certainly been done for Exclusive, and they continue to absolutely farm kills right now.
They're absolutely frying. Exclusive looking so good to start this game off. They cannot misstep whatsoever here in map number 1. Omniscient really need to get things rolling very, very quickly because they are getting blown out of the water as we head over towards the water side. Hardpoint into P4 we go. Saturn's his first one there, but a Predator missile to deal with means he gets ratted out, and Shark and Cesar find the kills. Every single rotation has been Exclusive so far, and the scoreline is very much reflecting that.
I mean, the SMGs for Omniscient are in the blender right now. Lucky on 2 kills, Balance on 5. There has not really been a response for that 3-man AR setup that they've had in Caesar, Neil, and Veer. Another EMP gets earned right there. And Exclusive, at this point, are just playing Score Streak Simulator. Omniscient look completely lost in the sauce right now. They're not getting anywhere close to the point, and anytime they do, they are promptly greeted by a brand new operator. They've got 4 charges of their own. At some point, you got to just decide to invest and try to take a little bit of momentum back to your side.
Yeah, because every single one of these seconds that bleeds over towards Exclusive, the job just gets that much harder. If it wasn't already looking very, very difficult. It's a 140-point lead. Omniscient have 26 in this first rotation. And based on the minimap, well, I don't think they're going to get any here as well over towards the remainder of P4. A couple of extra bullets just to make sure if you're Creed. And fantastic start from Exclusive here. The first rotation is a 149-point difference. That's a blowout.
Yeah, it has not been pretty so far. This has not looked like the Omniscient team that we are used to seeing, but Exclusive certainly look to have their number. Veer's going to get shut down off the equalizer right there. Not what you would love to see, but you still got players in the hard point. Once again, 3 players in single digits right now for Omniscient. They have not looked like the same team that we saw week 1 against Kings.
So for Omniscient at this stage, the plan is going to be get some P2 control, stop all of this time bleeding over to Exclusive if you possibly can. Veer has been an absolute monster on the map, though, sitting at 29. Every single time you see him get a kill, it seems to be an important position. He's posturing for his team to get themselves set up for the next hill every single time. The 200-point mark is now being broken by Exclusive as they just seem to find the extra gear when needed. Every gunfight just seems to be going the way of Exclusive at the best time for them. A little bit of scrap time for Omniscient to fight over here with 3 seconds to go, but P2 rotations are locked in. And somehow, some way, Exclusive, as we head into the second hill of the second rotation, can end the game here.
I mean, they're about to put him in the freaking 40-point club. Forget the 100-point club. Rasmus just running around with boxing gloves right there, and it seemed like all Omniscient have all but given up right here. Lucky's going to pop the Sparrow. He gets shut down as well. And Exclusive trying to close things out early right here. Balance the only one left to be dealt with water side. He is going to be able to take down 2 right there. So an opportunity for Omniscient to close the gap a little bit, but still with it being a 170-point gap, it is going to take a lot of perfect hardpoint for them to realistically get back into this one.
And just in that scenario, you can already see Balance out there trying to help his teammates with the kills, jumps off the hill, and then, well, all of a sudden, Exclusive are back into it. It's going to take something very special, and well, it's going to take Exclusive dropping out of the kill feed, which hasn't happened at all. Shark is absolutely snapping, and nobody from the side of Omniscient has really staked their claim on this game whatsoever. And once again, these rotations, it's going to be going over towards Exclusive. Creed is here and ready and waiting. Welcome to the blender. Satins will be the first to fall. The second will be Lucky as well. Exclusive have run away with this game. They may well close it out at P3. They're 9 seconds away.
These two teams don't even look to be from the same universe right now. My gosh, Exclusive just going to town right now. Creed's gonna pop the War Machine, see what other value he can find. Balance finally pushing on through. They're just trying to break the 50-point mark at this point, and it looks like Exclusive are not even going to allow that. Rasmo doing his best to just keep things contested right here, but there's going to be Veer. He pops the equalizer. Kill number 43 in a very fast hard point. My gosh, imagine how many he could have put up in a close one.
That was very one-sided. That is just an incredible performance from Exclusive. Omniscient absolutely did not show up, but you think about every single rotation. Exclusive first one's there. Exclusive first one's there. It happened from 2 to 3 to 4, and we only seen 2 and 3 in the next rotation of hills anyway. I mean, it's just an absolute clinic from Exclusive, and you know, we were pointing towards it. We really thought as if Omniscient would bring it here, and they still have a good chance. Exclusive ultimately have been fantastic on this map. They took Kings to task on this one yesterday as well, but they didn't do that to them. That was brutal. In the end, what was it, at 45 points or so for the side of Omniscient to Exclusive's 250. That is as one-sided as you could possibly see here at the top level in Europe. Have a quick look at the scope, and I think you're right. You look, Veer didn't play it up against Kings yesterday. Why the hell not? 43 and 14 against one of the other top 3 teams in the league here. Only one player able to even break 20 on the side of Omniscient. That's Cathilla. Everybody else, well, we'll want to forget about that. Map number 1 very, very quickly. That was a bloodbath.
Yeah, that's something that we see sometimes with the teams that are more newly formed is, do they know how to bounce back when they get punched in the mouth? And they certainly did not seem to know what to do heading into that one. And sometimes that's the way that COD Mobile Hardpoint goes. Like, you get in the blender and you get so lost in it that there's not really any way to find a way out. And especially with Veer gunning the way that he was, there wasn't going to be much of a response, even if you did start to get those rotations locked in, whatever it was. When you're getting cut down that way on every single gunfight, it's probably only a matter of time. So now they've got to just put that completely out of their minds and get ready for the search and destroy.
Oh, you got to forget about that. But I think for me as well, what Exclusive did so well in that one was set themselves up for success in terms of their operators. They got them rolling nice and early. They used them very well, so then they start getting more kills. They're getting them back again. And time again, they're just using them to such a great effect. And, well, steamrolling Omniscient in map number 1. So there you go. This game that we have advertised and maybe still should be a close game has not started in the vein that we expected it to. Heading here into the search and destroy, though, is this the opportunity now for Omniscient to try and bring this one back? Is firing range where you expect it to happen here, Bobby, or is this Exclusive's game to lose now?
I think they're definitely capable of it. Obviously, we talked about the fact that Omniscient were able to play Kings very, very closely on this map, but getting sniped through the smoke is definitely not the start that you're looking for. Fortunately, Lucky's going to be able to trade out one, but you've got to find ways to deal with Shark and his aggression on this map. They find a couple more kills off the front end of that one, and Lucky now in a 1v3. Yeah, Shark is going to be one of those players that is just an absolute nightmare to deal with on this map, and you've got to have the presence of mind to have somebody overwatching mid at all times, because he is going to take every opportunity he can to get pushed up toward wood.
I think for Omniscient here, it's important in this search and destroy not to get blown away early. Things can change very, very quickly. We know that this team is more than capable. Well, it's going to be a 4-man stack over towards the B side. The peek's going to come. Creed will be dealt with. Nicely done from Omniscient. It's going to be B control. And look at this aggression coming out from Satins. I like this play. established control of the site. They'll be able to get this one down now as well. Very little that Veer can do about this. It will be a 5v3, now a 5 versus 2 in favor of Omniscient.
When the snipes are hitting, there's not much that Exclusive are going to be able to do about it. Really phenomenal snipers between both teams. And they're getting aggressive even here on the offensive side. Post-plant, they just full send it up past tires. And that's going to be Omniscient bouncing back to take their first round. So they make the adjustments right there. Now it's really going to be on to Exclusive. Can they send a little bit more toward the B side, or do they make the read? And it looks like it is going to be, once again, a fairly aggressive A hit. Shark pushes on through, but the concussion hits, and Shark wins that opening gunfight and maintains that position pushed up toward wood.
Yeah, and that immediately puts Omniscient on their heels, right? You lose that gunfight in middle. You expect Balance to maybe put himself in the position to allow you then to all focus your way through. Neil will already be waiting for Rasmo, who gets dealt with very, very quickly, and all of a sudden Shark can now kick himself into gear. He can start to make a move. Is Gothilla going to see him? Have they heard him? Satins isn't going to hear anything because he's already dead as well. Lucky is the only one who can answer back. Now a 2 versus 3 as the kill will actually be found on a Shark and Creed. Gothilla, really big 2-piece coming on through. Exclusive have closed that map down though. Omniscient still stuck in this spawn here, Bobby.
Gothilla's ability to stay alive in that situation so crucial, and another player gets taken down. It is going to be Gothilla himself. So now the bomb drops. Leaves Lucky to deal with the remaining players, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and just play this together. Nothing to work with right now. Obviously, should know that the bomb has been dropped, and Veer now has that angle, and with the AR, absolutely beams Lucky. That's Exclusive retaking the lead.
And it really felt like it was a life or death situation in the middle of the map for Balance when he went up against Shark. Shark finds that gunfight and automatically you can see Omniscient, for all that they felt like they wanted to press out, couldn't do it because of the fact that Shark's presence is just too much to deal with. One player now sent over towards this B side, the second one on his way over. Shark will get taken down pretty much immediately here, but do they know that Creed is sitting ready and waiting? Yes, they do. Satins deals with him, trades that kill out after Gothilla goes down. It's a 3v3 on the site. Bound carrier towards the backside, so it's not something you can get out of now. If you're Omniscient, you've got to commit, and committing to the fight that you don't want. Balance is there to answer the critics, though. A 2 versus 2 now. Positioning for Omniscient a little bit better. Exclusive very much here in numbers and up close.
Yeah, that's just so tough. That angle, that there's no way that you're going to know that Veer has tucked into there, and anybody that tries to move from Cubby instantly taken down. Leaves it all down to Balance, and unfortunately opening timing doesn't go his way, but he's going to be able to take down Caesar. Obviously Veer should have the information, but the snipe doesn't connect, and Balance is happening. Ego chill, and he hits the shot. Veer drops, and Balance clutches up in a 1v2.
Ridiculous plays coming out from Balance. In a time where you really did need him. 4 rounds gone, we are all even. Huge 1v2 from Balance, and I think the communication would have been there from the previous kill that comes down. I think it was Lucky who got taken down from an obscure angle. The comms were there. Balance knew they were both in an aggressive position and deals with them as best he can. The next round is already underway though, and the next round is already looking like Exclusive are going to answer back. Everybody falling very, very quickly. Lucky and Balance now in a position for, well, the opportunity of a 2 versus 5, but can they take it?
Omniscient were so busy trying to counter that mid-push from Shark that they forgot to cover any of their other angles. They get torn to pieces, and that is a 5-0 flawless round for Exclusive as they bounce back off of one that definitely would have been nice to win. So one more defensive round for Exclusive. They've been able to hold their own so far. Gothilla picks up the bomb. It's once again going to be an aggressive A-side hit right here. What can the utility do? Smokes go down, nades across, and at the bare minimum, Balance is going to be able to make his way onto the site. But once again, you've not done anything to deal with the aggression for Shark, and he's going to be able to find first blood once again.
Cesar finding the kill on Gothilla here as well, and this is looking like another exclusive round. I say that as things turn around very, very quickly. The shots from Creed through the wall will deal with Satins. I think the only positive here for Balance in this 1 versus 3 is the fact that he is in a somewhat obscure position. Vieira's got a read on it though, hasn't he? Yes, he does. Straight into the crosshairs and down you go. And what is the problem here for Omniscient? Because obviously I know it's Shark through the middle of the map, but how do they deal with that problem a little bit easier here? Is it stun checks going over there, try and slow him down? It feels like they're putting the smokes up to try and help themselves, but also helping Shark.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think to a certain degree, you do have to just put more pressure over toward the B side, which they had success with when they were doing it, but they didn't stick with it, and unfortunately, that push out of them up toward mid gets completely shut down by Neil. Balance has no idea the players have already made their way into Cubby, and it just feels like a lack of patience for Omniscient right now as they continue to get over-aggressive and punished each and every time.
Feels like maybe just a little bit of lack of experience in certain moments here for Omniscient. Exclusive are really punishing them for it every single time. Lucky caught in the middle of nowhere there as well. That player on the island is Via, who has very much been the MVP of this series so far. 5-2 now for Exclusive. Just not remotely the game I thought we would be watching here, Bobby. Honestly, I really thought Omniscient were going to come here to play, and I know you were saying you still think Exclusive are going to win it, but realistically speaking, I don't think you expected this either. Exclusive running away with it, never mind just winning it.
Omniscient just simply do not look prepared at every turn. Exclusive have made the better reads, they've made the better plays in every single mode. Finally, Balance going to be able to find one of the few first bloods that they've been able to take for themselves, and Shark's going to be able to play his live, waits on the sniper reinforcements right here. He does get taken down. Gatilla finds two right there. And Exclusive not able to find anything out of this round off the start, as it's going to be Neil left in 1v4, but he's off to a solid start right here as he takes down two early.
Incredible from Neil to even find the second. A third and a fourth on the cards, and all of a sudden, this turns into a scary round. If Satins falls here as well, the read should be there. Is he going to be ready and waiting? He is, but Neil, just the quicker man on the trigger. And now the 1 versus 4 is truly on the cards. Sniper versus sniper, currently nowhere near each other. Neil now, with one man to deal with. And not only has this been a whitewash for Exclusive, can they find the 1 versus 4 through their talisman? He misses the shot, but did he hit it? He didn't actually fire it away. He knows exactly where Lucky is. The 1v4 nailed in from Neil. It's absurd from Exclusive. It's exquisite from Neil. Solidifying themselves as the top 2 team is coming very easily for this Exclusive squad right now. 6-2 in the S&D.
12 kills for Neil so far. Wow. What execution out of him, obviously started by that nasty double quickscope. And once again, just watching that wood entry to not make any flank easy. Obviously, Omniscient do have that set up toward the B side. The question is, can they find the opening frags? But not when Neil's there to do the damage. Once again, Omniscient players fall by the wayside. Veer pre-fire will zone out that cubby. Saturn's going to be able to respond right here. 3v3, but Creed drops another, and he's able to get back with his life. So now Gatilla completely boxed in. Lucky across the map. He's going to get shut down. The body shots go through, and it's all down to Lucky. Now in a 1v3 to try to keep this map alive.
It's been an incredible display of aggression and just sheer ruthlessness from Exclusive, but they're going to have to be ruthless here up against Lucky. Now in a 1 versus 2. One of his big problems is, though, is that Neil is a part of that too. What an incredible game from him. Kind of pitched this as the game between 2 Titans in Europe, but it's feeling like a David versus Goliath moment that David ain't winning. Lucky now finding his way onto the site. Neil is there, ready and waiting. Is it going to be number 14 for Neil? You bet it is. 7-2 for Exclusive. That is as dominant as they have looked in any series, I want to say, this season. Superb performance from Exclusive, but the highlight has got to be the 1 versus 4 from Neil. That one will be getting replayed a few times. That was upset.
I don't know if it was an off day up against Kings for Exclusive, or I don't know if Omniscient are having an off day right now, but we've seen both of these teams have performances throughout the season that looked very, very different from what we're seeing right now. Obviously, a beauty of a clutch for Balance in the quickscope for the 1v2 right there, but after that, it was all Exclusive all the way. And obviously, the cherry on top with Neil clutching up, double snipe right here, able to back off the site, plays it slow, beauty of a read onto Saturns, and the final shot onto Lucky. And after that, you kind of knew it was chalked.
Yeah, it felt like our cadence in that latter throw is like almost to the point of where Exclusive are closing this no matter what. It's a 14-4 performance from Neil. And just to put it into a little bit more perspective here for Exclusive, especially in reference to Omniscient, how good they looked up against Kings in that first game. They are letting that be undone to a certain degree, aren't they? Because we didn't know what to expect from Omniscient. We didn't expect them to upset the status quo in the way that we, sort of put some credit into that, even that loss up against Kings. We definitely thought that was the start of them bringing it to this top 2 teams in Europe, which we're very much expected to be solidified for quite some time. But it feels like maybe is it too early for them based on this result so far? Hey, look, I mean, we maybe have a Game 5 still on our hands here. Omniscient are a very, very good team when it does come down to control. But is it maybe just a bit too far gone? Maybe is it too early for Omniscient to challenge that top 2?
Yeah, it would be one thing if it was, you're down 2-0, but you played it, not even played it close, but you score 100 points the hard point, you take 4 rounds in the search and destroy, there's still hope. But it's just going to be so much more difficult to bounce back off the performance that we just saw, and especially with the fact that Exclusive have already set up a spawn trap on you, makes me that much less confident that they're going to be able to make anything happen right here. They do find a way to break out of the spawn trap, and they should have a read onto Creed right here. So with that, a few more kills do come through, but unfortunately for them, Exclusive still winning the bulk of the gunfights, and Shark is going to have to be dealt with, but he's dealt with indeed, and with that, should be able to advance forward a little bit further.
Yeah, Omniscient really having to fight tooth and nail to get themselves out of the spawn trap there, but do manage to use a big gunfight win for Shark though. And that's one against Satins. And really, we've been bigging Satins up as being one of the best players in Europe, and he just hasn't showed it so far today in this series. Exclusive still leading the live count, so to speak, by only the 2. But Omniscient with opportunity here. Lucky, Razmo were ready for the spawn trap, and they just get eviscerated. Exclusive starting to just get everything they possibly need to find. Creed eventually will find the kill on the balance, if not making it maybe a little bit more difficult. Samsung can find 1, tags up Lucky, not quite enough to get anything done, but Exclusive seemingly in control with 20 seconds to go here in round 1.
And the clock is very much against Omniscient right now, so not only do they need to find these kills, but they got to get one of these objectives fully captured. Big gunfight win for Gothilla, and with another going through for Lucky, the lives are not too far out of reach, but you got to make sure you don't give away any real estate over here on A. Looks like they should be able to lock it in, but with 2 more lives dropping, they've got to be so terribly careful right now. Gothilla with a must-win gunfight, and he wins it, but once again, the trades are just on point for Exclusive. Even though they've only got 7 lives remaining, it's been so convincing for Exclusive the whole way through. Trying to find a 2v7 out of this one is not going to be easy. You got a minute to work with, but it's got to be perfect play the rest of the way through.
It almost felt like time was against Omniscient then when the lives are, well, so little. It's a difficult task because you've got to try and get inside the point. You've got to sacrifice lives to get a hold of it. And now Lucky left in a 1 versus 5. Very solid player. Don't think he's good enough to do this against the way that Exclusive are playing right now. Round number 1 does go their way. They were down to, well, no lives remaining there. So things could have changed, but ultimately, Exclusive will be happy with that defensive round. Didn't allow anything from Omniscient until late in the game. That's the problem for Omniscient. When you don't have many lives to play with and you haven't managed to capture A or B relatively quickly, makes your life very, very difficult.
Well, Razmo's going to find the opening read onto Shark right there. Veer trades in the back alley. Not a whole lot of action off the start of this one, which is not typically the case when it comes to standoff control, but lives remain fairly even right here. Shark picks up yet another. Still trying to find their way forward toward the objective. 1 player right outside courtyard, that's going to be Caesar, but he gets shut down as well. And so far, Omniscient have done a good job of dealing with the aggression that we've seen out of Exclusive so far. Gothilla going to be able to find another. And no real progress being made by Exclusive at this point.
Yeah, Exclusive are in danger of actually being put into a spawn trap here. Enough for Neil finding a good kill onto Gothilla. Razmo that will very easily clean this one up. Maybe a little bit overzealous from Neil, but Shark is there to back him up if he just waited a second more. So there is 1 player out. That player now is going to be Sharkus, trying to survive, trying to put bullets in. It is going to allow the rest of this exclusive team, well, maybe some room to breathe, if only for just a moment. Balance now up close and personal over towards the tractor side of the map, and it is back alley control there for exclusive, but very little control over towards A, which they are now going to start to develop. Omniscient, are you going to answer this? Are you happy with the time that you've already burned?
Gathilla's going to pop the Annihilator right here, but hasn't yet found any kills out of it. Not a whole lot of time left. Lucky pops the Sparrow. He does find one to open things up. But having that Annihilator completely go to waste is not what you're looking for if you're Omniscient. You've been able to keep them off the objective. No full captures, but Creed going to invest the War Machine right here. Rasmus still in spawn. Will they be able to find the read onto him? Time continues to be an issue as they finally get on to B. One tick of progress already captured. Balance going to call in the equalizer. Both teams investing very, very heavily right here, and especially with those equalizers pushed up towards spawn. They've got an opportunity to do damage, but Neil's going to be able to find two Annihilator in hand. Shots do connect for Balance. Very, very back and forth, but they're not going to be able to clear the objective as it looks like exclusive will be able to cap it, and a big snipe for Neil to shut down the operator.
Be captured. A minute added onto the timer, now a minute and 10 seconds to go. It's an 8v6 for exclusive. You can see the Omniscient are stacking towards the back alley here. They want to try and maybe do something about the spawn trap, but it can't be set up if you don't find the kills. Everybody from Omniscient pretty much falling. Vera's there for the cross, and Gathilla up top can find one, can find two. Makes it now a 1 versus 5. There's just too many members around Saturn. And exclusive slowly claw their way up through the map, do the damage at B. And it feels like Omniscient are just concentrating their efforts elsewhere, but I think it was just maybe down to exclusive setup on the attack over towards B, looking so good. So difficult to break that back when you got a War Machine up top. Great. I mean, what do, right? You have to then maybe hit towards the back alley, but Omniscient just didn't make it count from there. And now it's their turn to head on to the attack inside, and exclusive 1 round away from absolutely stomping through Omniscient at this stage.
I don't know if it was them trying to set up the spawn trap or if they were just looking to defend A, but those players for Omniscient just got completely obliterated. Neil, nice shot right there, but will get traded out. And once again, solid start to the round for Omniscient as they're trying to get that B capture early. Nice little pre-fire out of Creed to take down one, and the shot's not going to connect for Neil. So Omniscient continue to keep things reinforced here on the B side. They should be able to get some more progress. Veer on the flank right here gets shut down, and this is starting to look more like the Omniscient we're used to seeing. They won't get the full capture, but been able to maintain the life lead. But you got to be careful, because if Neil starts to hit shots like that, things can get scary very, very quickly.
This has looked much better for Omniscient, though. The SMG is actually getting rolling here. Gathilla starting to do something on the map. But is it going to be too little, too late now? War Machine in hand for Saturn's just trying to capture A, just trying to attack on 2 different fronts. Gathilla will get dealt with as B was about to go through. Lucky will be there to try and shut it down, but Shark with 2 massive kills. He'll stop anything going on over towards B, as will Creed stop anything going on over towards the A side. The complete shutdown is exclusive. Don't quite shove Omniscient back into this spawn, but they put them back in the half of the map that they want them in. Nowhere near the points just yet. If you are Omniscient, that timer still rolling. Exclusive down on lives here, but still very doable.
Caesar Sparrow connects to the face of Saturn's right there. Just like that, exclusive have brought the lives back completely. Neil snipes continue to land for him. 18 kills on the board. Veer's got info onto Lucky, trying to find the second one there as well. And Neil wants to end things early as he pops the Annihilator. Right now, Creed finds a big-time kill. He's going to be able to find another, and 3 players drop. There's not much that Omniscient have to work with right here. Have yet to capture an objective, and only 3 players remain. Gathilla boxed into a corner. 2 players alive, make it 1 is Lucky doing everything that he can to keep their hopes alive. But exclusive come out and absolutely dominate as they lock in the number 2 seed in Europe.
They just picked them apart. Exclusive stamping their name back into this one, because that was a beating. The Hardpoint, absurd, absolutely incredible performance. The Search and Destroy, a smoke show inspired by Neil. And the control, as simple as you could possibly want. I apologize to everybody at home who we told that that was going to be a good game, because honestly,
I feel like we say that every time.
Just incredible performance from exclusive. There's nothing more to say. I mean, Omniscient absolutely did not turn on. that's another thing we can definitely talk about here. But Exclusive just didn't make a single wrong step.
I think they maybe had a chip on their shoulder after that Kings matchup. And,
Maybe.
I mean, they came to play today. There's not a single player that I would say
Flawless.
that I would say had a subpar performance. Every single player was locked in.
Where was Omniscient? Somebody put up some missing posters or something, because Omniscient were not there at all throughout that series. What happened? We were bigging up that matchup to you and saying, like, this is going to be one of the best matchups this season. It's going to be super close.
It was supposed to be.
I mean, it was supposed to be. Not only was it 3-0, it was a complete spanking.
Because, I mean, at least, you know, if it had been 3-0 and you know, close maps, you're like, oh, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been 3-0.
I mean, not even every... I mean, look, the Search and Destroy... I think Omniscient will look back at that and sort of say we definitely could have got a couple more rounds, and we could have at least extended it. They threw a couple of rounds there. But the other two maps, you got nothing to hold on to. There is nothing to write home about in maps 1 and 3 there for Omniscient. That is a absolute smoke show. Completely.
A caster curse no more, Bobby?
I mean,
Bobby got something right this time.
Can you?
hey, I got my mojo bag.
So now you can't be requested to not predict a team anymore because
True. There is no curse.
Exactly, it's broken. The curse is maybe on Brody now.
What?
It shifts around. That's what happens with the caster curse. Is we
What do you
take a
mean,
look
not Tons?
at the leaderboard here because Tons new or ish to the show. I don't know. King's still on top, 5-0, above Exclusive, who are now 5-1, with Mont and Omniscient now being tied at 4-2. Does that actually put Mont in third now, or is?
I think on a
They lose
does it
the
work out?
tiebreaker to Omniscient.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, because Omniscient beat Mont, so I want to say technically it should be Omniscient, but there are still games to play, so I mean,
True.
realistically, you know, I mean, no, they should still be okay, right? I think if Big, I don't know, I'm not smart enough
Omniscient,
to work this
I already
out,
worked
yeah.
out. Omniscient can't go down regardless.
Yeah,
of what
okay,
happens.
so I
They
mean,
have a spot.
that could have potentially been scary, but look, I think it's very much back to the drawing board for them, though, because I think realistically speaking, they would have expected to come into this game and at least have it be, I say competitive. We were fairly convinced they were going to win the game. And I don't want to say it's put egg on our face by any stretch because Omniscient just didn't turn up, but Exclusive, I don't want to try and like hammer Omniscient too much here because I think it would be very easy. But at the same time, Exclusive just looked absolutely incredible. Every single point where they could have made a mistake or they needed to do something correctly, they did those things on the right level every single time. They just played it so well.
Yeah, I think you know something has gone wrong when Omniscient have lost their first control this season, when they've been so dominant in the game mode.
3-0
They went
as well,
to
yeah.
round 5, but they've had 3-0s beyond that as well. Yeah, Exclusive just punished them so badly. You said no egg on the face. I'll take all of the egg, mate. Scrambled egg, poached egg, raw egg. I mean, we deserved that. We thought that was going to be a much closer game than it was. So
Listen, I love when the teams give us a little bit of a surprise. You can't ever be upset about that, especially when it's with that strong of a performance coupled with the surprise. I mean, if that's what we're going to get out of Exclusive, they definitely, like you said, Bobby, had maybe a chip on their shoulder from yesterday going up against Kings. If they bring that up against Kings in Challenge Finals, it's going to be an insane matchup between those two squads. So lots of good things looking towards the future of this season, but we still have 2 more matches on the day. Match number 3 is going to be between Nexus and Ricey, potentially a pretty evenly matched matchup, if you will, between these two teams, but we will wait to talk about that after this break when we return. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 3 is about to get underway here in day 2 of week 3 of our challenge season. We mentioned it before the break, this one between Nexus and Ricey. Now, this one won't affect the standings when it comes to at least who's making their way into our top 4 for the challenge season, but it can potentially affect how much money these teams are taking home at the end of the season, depending on who gets a win and what that can do heading into week number 4. And we were talking about it over the break, Bobby. This one might go longer than the previous 2 matches we've seen because of how evenly matched these 2 teams are.
Yeah, they definitely feel to be on a very similar level. Obviously, 1 win and 2 wins, or 1 win and 0 wins, respectively, with Ricey taking their 1 win over Xantium. Ricey beat Xantium. Xantium beat Nexus. Therefore, Ricey wins. Booyah.
Analysis.
By proxy. There you go.
We don't have to do anything else. You can just go, just go straight
for it is. No, I think it's fair, though, to make these assumptions. Look, Nexus came into this one, and we very much talked them up to a certain degree, sort of saying, yeah, look, what can they do? We're excited to see how they look, and they have looked, well, quite frankly, not that great. So, unfortunately for them, you know, they're sitting solidly at the bottom of the table. No wins to their name. Ricey, for me, have been one of those, though, that it's like, they're so strange because sometimes you think, oh, actually, you know, they're really, really solid. But then on some occasions where they're just not winning maps you would expect them to go into. It's been, I would say, probably more disappointing for Ricey than it has been for Nexus here, because Ricey had, I would say, at least some minor expectations to a certain degree behind them. You're twisting your face, Brody. I feel like you just want to disagree for the sake of it.
No. The thing is for Ricey, right, and I go back to the Open Finals when they had a different name under them. Even back then, I was a little bit kind of skeptical about this Ricey roster. And then they came into the season, they got their first match versus Xantium, but it wasn't a convincing victory for them. And I think that was when I started to be like, okay, we'll see what that Ricey look like as the kind of the story develops. And I don't think they've ever fully convinced me that they can be kind of that even mid-tier roster here in this.
No, they're not a top 4 team at this stage. We've kind of established that over the season. But for Nexus, look, they haven't won a game yet. So I still think that Ricey will be looking at this one as one they should absolutely win. But still, both these 2 teams have flattered to deceive, to say the least, throughout the season.
I would say, given the talent that you've got on Nexus, I feel like they have vastly underperformed.
Yes. Yeah.
Obviously, even if you ignore the fact that Afer's taken out of the starting lineup, regardless of what the reason is, like across the board, you have players that were pretty much all in the challenge season last season and haven't been able to pull a single win out, even against rosters like Xantium, who basically the entirety of the roster was not in the challenge season. So I don't know wherein the issue lies for them, but I definitely feel like they're capable of winning this matchup. But I feel like that's been the case for multiple matchups in the past that they haven't been able to capitalize on as well.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I feel like we've seen a couple teams who we saw in the previous challenge season that are either on different rosters and doing better than what we saw last season, or the flip side of that, on different rosters and underperforming for what we saw in comparison to last season, even though they have the experience of what it is performing here. So that then begs the question of, is the top of the table that much more difficult to go up against this time around? Is there a bigger disparity between the top and the bottom? You know, there's probably lots of conversations that can be had around that ton.
Yeah, I kind of just want to further add to that in the sense of that, you know, at the beginning of the season, we were saying Mont against Nexus is a big one for top 4. And now looking at the fortunes of both these two teams, it couldn't be any more different, right? Look, Mont have kind of found themselves in that top 4 spot. They're they are solidified now, and Nexus haven't won a game. So we kind of have our expectations at the beginning of the season. One team has somewhat fulfilled them, the other team has been nowhere near. So yeah, questions have to be asked, I think, for Nexus, but I think, you've still got 2 more games to potentially right any wrongs here, but still, it's not been a successful season for them whatsoever.
Either way, still fighting for a little bit of extra cash in their pockets as we start to get those picks and bans coming through. Starting off with the Apocalypse Hardpoint here, Brody.
This is actually pretty good for Nexus because I believe it's the only map in which they've won this season on Hardpoint, and that was against Xantium yesterday. So, you know what? You've got an Apocalypse in. Good job, guys. Hacienda, though, I think that's going to be one that everybody loves. We know what Hacienda teams are capable of on Hacienda just because it is played so damn often here in Europe. But certainly that map #1 pick, I think, is a good start for Nexus.
Why is Arsenal not played that much? I don't get it.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
It's so good.
It's such a simple Hardpoint map to understand. So I don't really. Maybe it's a discussion for another time. Maybe not when the picks and fans are coming through this game specifically. But I see you get banned so often, and it hurts my heart because I love Arsenal so much.
Maybe that's exactly why, though. Maybe because so many people are good on it because it's simple to play on that they're trying to get rid of that.
It's just fundamentals.
Listen, I'm just trying.
There's a lot of teams that are bad at it.
I don't understand though. It's so like, you think of Hacienda, it's fundamentals. It's all about rotating. It's all about locking these hills down, having that breaking potential. Same for Arsenal. Anyway, some search and destroy, Tunisia search and destroy in there as well as raid as well. Nothing necessarily standing out too much to me here, but Ricey will still, I feel, be feeling confident into this one, irrelevant with the map set.
I want to see some Crossroads strike at some point. I feel like it's been all raid and standoff for pretty much the entirety of the season. I think that's something that would be nice to throw into the map pool a little bit more for some of these teams, but raid definitely to be expected. I think we've seen Ricey on that map a good number of times. Yeah. Not necessarily a ton of success right there, but I believe in their one win against Xantium. I believe it was there, so
yeah, for sure.
All right, well, we'll have to see what these two teams can manage. For now, we'll send Brody and Ton off to the other side of the studio to get themselves set up and ready here. Final thoughts on this matchup before we get into it?
I am a notorious Team Ricey.
I know.
Even though they haven't really matched my expectations for what they could potentially do in some of these more recent matchups, I once again believe that this is one that they are capable of winning, and especially given the struggles that Nexus have had, hopefully they can capitalize and make the most of the situation.
All right, well, we'll have to see what both of our teams can manage here for match number 3. Nexus and Ricey should be just about ready to get underway. So Brody and Ton, let's dive into it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, cash still on the line for both of these two teams in terms of their placement in this league, but they are not going to be able to make the playoffs, so it is very much for, well, I want to say honor and cash as well. So I think realistically here, I think more is maybe on the line for Nexus because realistically, you do not want to be ending the season without a win.
Yeah, you're just looking for something, right? The Nexus have been, I'm just
clutching at straws for them.
Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I have been really disappointed in Nexus this season, especially coming off the Open Finals where we saw a lot of potential in this roster and a lot of potential in specific players as well. Bobby briefly mentioned there that Aether had been taken out of the starting lineup, and I've got to say, he was the player for me at the start of the season before we got into it that I was looking for to actually be the top performer in the roster, because going back to the Open Finals, that was the case. And it's just like, that has been the case, I think, just the entirety of the season where you've had disappointing performances like that across the board. Nexus want to have a good start here on Apocalypse, though. I mentioned it very briefly. Yesterday, they got a win against Xantium here on this map, and that was, to be fair, mostly down to the fact that Xantium were making errors with the operators. But Nexus, that's a good look for them as we get into this map, see what they can do right off the rip here. We're seeing Ricey playing super passively, making sure that they do get the rotation towards New, and already it is under attack.
I mean, they've just completely left the HUD side of the map open. I mean, I'm talking wide open. It's a door, you walk through it if you legacy. He's barely had to do anything to get himself over. He has, and maybe they turn on it with Toots to kick it off as well. Well, not quite. Faints has now followed through as well, so Ricey putting a lot of stock into this P2 spawn, which I absolutely agree with, but I wouldn't say maybe they should have sat back as passively as they have done. Eventually we'll get rid of Faints and we'll start to establish themselves on the map here and keep the spawn, but it has felt like a very passive start for Ricey, and Nexus are taking every single point they're offered.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one for Ricey to kick things off there, just playing as passively as they were and giving away basically a shot at the rotation. Nexus haven't grabbed it just yet, though. They're going to have to fight for it. You can already see Legacy trying to make his way over there. Kree as well. Both of those players will get shut down by Rushes and Sushi, respectively. So the first wave of gunfights looking pretty good for Ricey here over towards the rotation. And we often talk about this hill being the money hill. As long as you make sure you continue to hold those temple spawns, you will be good here. You're going to see them under pressure. Brinks has to back up, has a little bit of assistance coming out from Carlo now because 3 players are approaching that backline, Tom.
Yeah, and then they're going to try and make the force through, but the kills starting to fall through for Ricey. Really good play from Brinks. Just sits himself back, finds his first 3 kills of the game, but they are all very, very important. See, Sushi now trying to find himself a way out of this spawn if he can. He just wants to try and force the issue. Trying to get the crosses through from mid-map, though, if you are Ricey as well. It's a good hold so far. Still 35 seconds to play with, and eventually Nexus starting to get some sort of control over towards the hill where they will find a break. But Ricey with splits and spawn still towards the back, and we're in a good position to retake.
Yeah, Ricey got 4 players around the hill here. Callow in a 2 is going to pick up 3 kills, and that's going to be the sweep that they wanted. Just 20 seconds left here, and if you're Nexus, you don't want to invest too heavily into this. There are 3 players over here, so you might as well. HBC and Legacy going to combine for 2, and that's going to be a break right back for the back 15 here for Nexus. And now, if you're Ricey, you just rotate away. There's already a couple of players over there towards the next hard point, and they're already under fire here. Etudes and Rushers doing a stellar job at breaking through right off the rip here. Denicio up top, he's not actually in the play just yet, and somehow, some way, Ricey have managed to transfer over towards Nu.
So, I mean, that basically came down to Nexus over pushing over towards P2, because the kills that they found on the initial, it spawned them out towards the back huts, and it just makes it that little bit easier for Ricey to try and find a break. So they will take that. The over-aggression may well lose them 10 or 15 points over towards P2, but based on what we see at P1, I was a little bit worried for Ricey, but we very much have a game on our hands now. 8 seconds in between these 2 teams. Nexus have managed to find a breakthrough. Ricey, though, will be content with where they are right now. Trying to find a push coming in through the hut side, but we'll be in a good position to rotate over towards P4. But we've got 25 seconds now still remaining here at P3. Feint starting to heat up potentially, which is there to shut him down. Still a close game, but feels like Nexus are getting a lot of free points when there's a lot of members of Ricey around and not many kills falling their way. Eventually, the break does come through, and P4 rotation is looking good for Ricey on top of that as well. Tight game so far.
This has been a really close scoring game for what is it's been a weird hard point on the whole so far. Nexus only get about 20 points or so off the back of that hill. Ricey, well, don't walk away with that much themselves, so a bit of a weird one so far. Nexus now have a 30-point advantage, but now we're starting to see some of those operators coming out. Sushi going to be utilizing the Gravity Vortex gun, which is an odd choice here for this series. Certainly an odd choice for Apocalypse. It can be very difficult to make work. His isn't really going to come to, well, that much use. You also see the Sparrow in the kill feed as well as Rushes, just trying to keep Nexus at bay. He is just chilling on the hill. He's actually going to be removed from himself here, so now Nexus able to get through. They're not under fire, not under pressure from the Sparrow anymore, and Kree now going to utilize the War Machine to great effect. Legacy also with a core as well, and things are really starting to heat up now. It takes about half the hill time, but Nexus, they're in.
Nicely done by Nexus. Invest a lot themselves to try and bounce back, so both teams only ending up with operators on both sides pretty much even at this stage. Or is he going to further invest to maybe get this one back? I'm not too sure, but Denicio has now popped the Annihilator. Is he going to be able to find anything with it? The answer is no. So Ricey find a break back. I feel like these breaks coming through the temple are just maybe a little bit too easy for both 2 teams. Just straight through the front door, nobody able to hold. It's very one-dimensional, but it's working. Nexus will get the final few seconds and an ever so slight lead as we head into a second rotation of hills. But a close game so far. Nexus will definitely be happy, especially considering that P1 to P2 looked a little bit shaky, but since then they've kind of just chipped away. I think both teams have kind of been scrappy in this one, which is maybe what you expect in a game where you are 2 teams towards the bottom end of things. Ricey now trying to bring this one back. They are only ever so slightly behind, but again, they've got those P2 spawns.
Yeah, really neither of these teams have been able to take the bull by the horns, as it were, and actually take control of this game. It has been a super duper scrappy affair. Nobody across the board individually has really stepped up either. Everybody's sitting around 10 to 15 kills or so. And if somebody can step up and be the hero that the team needs, well, their team might well just start to take a commanding lead. For the moment, though, that's not happening. Ricey finally going to cross that 100-point barrier here, fighting for the last 20 seconds of time. But really what they want to fight for here is to fight through this hard point and get towards Nu. This is quite an aggressive look coming out from Nexus. They're sending 3 players towards that scrap time to try and take this time away from Ricey if they can get it. Denicio's going to double up. Legacy is going to find number 3, and they're not losing anything this ton. Again, Ricey continue to spawn out. Nexus have those back spawns. This is a worthy push.
Yep. Works out for them perfectly. You know, you find yourself pushing up there. And I mean, I'm getting scared because I'm looking in the bottom right of the minimap specifically, of course, where Denicio is sitting right now. And Nexus had absolutely nobody in that area. We see plenty of rogue spawns coming over towards P2 on Apocalypse. They don't get any Ricey, and well, Nexus didn't deserve for them to get any. They sat up nicely. They set up beautifully. A lot of good kills coming their way and continue to come their way. 130 now rising. This is a nice setup Now from the side of Nexus, look where Legacy is, chilling in the middle of the map, so giving Ricey something else to think about here as well.
Where's HBC? He's just chilling inside the smoke. Storm on the minimap. He was biding his time, and oh my goodness me, not anymore. HBC finds 4 inside the P2 hardpoint and completely clears house. And how about that for great utilization of the equalizers? Now Ricey starting to fall behind here in this game. Nexus have got every single second they could possibly want off this hill. And the Predator missile coming straight out from HBC here. An investment that, to be honest, doesn't make all that much sense. But when you've got a 60-point advantage, hey, we'll let it slide.
Yeah, we do need to have a conversation with the community about some of these Predator missiles. It's one of those that really does sting. But irrelevant of that, you look, Nexus do fantastically over towards the P2 side. And Ricey were walking away, licking their wounds very, very early there. With 20 seconds still to go, it was free time for Nexus. They built themselves up about a 65-point lead. Over towards the next hill now. Ricey were in a good position, but look at this flank coming in here from Legacy. Round from behind, he's been the one doing the damage for Nexus so far. He's found his 23rd kill, and here come the rest of them as well. HBC lighting them up, and Ricey, it's like a knife through butter for Nexus right now. These breaks are coming so easily. The rotations are being good as well. But this slaying game is entirely being won thanks to HBC and Legacy finding some huge kills on some rotations.
And I talked about it, right? I mean, we need somebody to step up at the half. That's exactly what's happened for HBC and Legacy here. Ricey now kind of forced to use their operators to actually get anything worthy off the back of this hill. A rotation that should have been absolutely commandingly theirs. It hasn't been so far. The Tude's going to utilize the Purifier to not that great of an effect. He only finds 1 kill before being traded out by Legacy with the PP Bison, by the way. It's something we don't often see here. We haven't seen for a while here in Call of Duty Mobile. Legacy just playing a little bit off meta for the moment. Next is going to get the remainder of this time, but look over towards the minimap here, Tunt. You can already see rushes trying to be all sneaky-like towards the next hard point. As his teammate goes down, he needs to find some value.
Could have done with finding a couple of kills there. He found himself in a good position, eventually gets shut down. So not only did Nexus get the scrap time, the rotation belongs to them as well. If you're Ricey, you really got to pull something out of the fire here now, because it just seems as if you are getting put to task here by the team who haven't yet found a win. I think they've only won a couple of maps, and right now it's looking like they're going to win another. 2:15 and rising now for Nexus. Things starting to heat up here. For Ricey, they need to get themselves back into this one. They need to find a good break, but they can barely find a kill here. Brody, Nexus are going to be within 25.
They have just completely commanded the second half of this game by far. And now they're just looking for the last 20 seconds to close things out. And Ricey do not look like they've been able to put a hit together whatsoever. Everything has been individual. And now it'll get worse as well. Denisio keeping an eye on you with the Annihilator. He wants to close things out. Gonna get the first kill, but not any more than that. That was a third in the row for him. Callow now gonna fight back for 2. So Nexus not gonna be able to close things out here. Ricey will fight back enough to force a third set of rotations. But my goodness, they are on thin ice at the moment.
120 points behind right now as we do head into that third rotation of hills. It needs to be somewhat flawless from Ricey. It's just going to be so hard to do, especially when you're thinking of Apocalypse. You've got to get those P2 spawns, which, well, you thought you had, but unfortunately for you, you haven't sent anybody towards the back. Hill's going to start going their way as well as Denisio, who spawned towards the back, and he can now start to cause issue. And with only 8 points to go, Nexus start to gain control. Only Brinks in there to maybe stop anything from happening right now, but Ricey going to have to fight tooth and nail for every single point right now, and Nexus have got so much room to breathe. This game may well be done with 2 seconds to go. It was pretty much a formality from the start that Nexus had. Fantastic, fantastic game number 1 coming out from Nexus, and Ricey need to be a lot better than that.
Yeah, that first hard point, I think for the first half of it, where everything was super even. I think we walked away from the first half with a 20-point advantage, I want to say, for Nexus, and then things just started to get away from Ricey, I think. When you give a full 60 away to Nexus, granted, I think they definitely earned it. I think it was HBC to kick things off with an incredible equalizer play, picking up 4 kills, and biding his time, just chilling inside a smoke, and from that point onwards, you get a full 60 off that hill. You follow it up by what was an egregious break over towards the next hard point, one that Ricey should never let happen, and then it's followed up by an even more damaging third hard point consecutively controlled by Nexus. Ricey just didn't even look like they were in the game in the second half. And I think, again, part of it is because of the fact that we saw individual performances really step things up in the second half. HBC and Legacy came to play. Yeah,
and I think, you know, and this is the one you were talking about in terms of the really, really good player coming in from the equalizer of HBC. It just felt like the utilization from Nexus of their operators was so much better, so much cleaner. I can't actually name you a time where Ricey actually really did anything with them. I mean, top of my head, Tudes, actually, I think he got a couple of kills with the Purifier at one stage. But other than that, that can sometimes be the difference, because the problem is in those situations, Ricey started to fall so far behind they have to fight for everything. And when you have to fight for everything, you can't concentrate on rotation, you can't give up points. You then start to give up the game entirely. Really good performance from Nexus, though. I think they'll be happy with that one across the board. The slaying ability was very much there, but for Ricey, I'm almost disappointed for them, because coming into this game, this feels like such a winnable one, and you fell very, very flat in map number 1. Not the first time it's happened today, though.
Yeah. What's going on today? I really don't know.
I have no idea.
Water,
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's been a really weird day so far with the hardpoints. We were like a 40-point hardpoint earlier on, and now we're seeing Ricey just completely underperform against Nexus. Granted, you know, Nexus, that is their second hardpoint they've won here on Apocalypse Hardpoint in as many days, so maybe it's just they're actually good at Apocalypse Hardpoint. They've discovered something about themselves which they didn't know before this week. But who knows? Regardless, we're going over towards Slums, Search and Destroy, and we didn't get a chance to talk about this before we got into this, but this is actually a pretty good map pick coming out from Nexus, because it is a map pick that they won, I believe, I want to say, against Big, I think it was, where Denicio and Kree were just having a hell of a time with the snipes. Denicio is going to be using that sniper rifle once again off the start of this game. Not going to find any value to begin with, and that's an egregious push coming out from one player, sliding out towards the middle of the map. But you know what? Whatever works for you, if you're a Nexus, they might not have the numbers, actually it's a 2v2, excuse me, but they do have bomb site control, but no bomb.
Actually really like that push out coming in from Brinks there. Finds himself a kill in the middle of the map towards the fountain and just runs straight towards Graveyard. Nicely done. I really like the push out from Nexus, to be honest. What is that snap from Kree? My God. Brinks has just been sent into, well, round number 2, and we'll be thinking about that one. All of a sudden, this gunfight looks nice and easy. Denicio on his way over. And there's the round for Nexus, an odd one, to say the least, to kick things off.
And look, I know it's only one round deep here, but what I don't want to see is teams on the defense pushing for no real reason through towards the other side. You've got no reason to do it whatsoever, especially on Slums. Slums is a map that very much lends itself to the defense because of how many like small, close choke points there are where you have to chow on the offense. You do not need to be pushing there on the defense ever. But as we get into round number 2 here, first blood already going to the way of Denicio. Nicely played from Sushi and Rushes to trade things out. Aggression once again coming. Feints this time. He manages to get all the way through towards double these, but he gets shut down, as does Denicio. And, well, Ricey, don't play this one as aggressively, and they're better off for it.
It just felt like a trade fest in the middle of the map there. It felt like Nexus forced their way straight out of Grave and then put themselves in an awkward little position. Ricey just catching them off guard, and these smokes are playing havoc with both two teams, and they have been sent out again, so maybe we get another similar story. Denicio will find a kill on the break still here on the attacking side, so that will now open up the gates for Nexus. Korean HBC getting the job done, long range R9 coming out from Legacy, and all of a sudden, Callow, left in a 1 versus 4, pinned in towards the A's site here as well, and very much dead. That round is over as quick as it started. Nexus, a fast one to gain the lead again.
And this shouldn't be happening. If you're Ricey, you should not be letting these offensive rounds go the way of Nexus. And I think you should be ready more so for these pushes to be so aggressive as they are. Nexus have done it for 3 rounds straight now. And the first round was really the only one where you found anything of value. Denicio. We're going to put some snipes through the smoke. It's not going to work out. HBC tries to approach the B site and gets shut down. So now Nexus have actually slowed down somewhat. Kree, you have no choice but to slide out towards the middle of the map. You're going to get shut down for it. Apparently the R9 has a hell of a range as Legacy jumps over the half wall and takes one player down. So we go to a 3 versus 2, still in favor of Ricey. And a Toot, I don't know what he's trying to do here. It's like a reposition towards the back of A or something, expecting a player to get aggressive through blue. But generally speaking, you do see a player play on the A site as opposed to what a Toot is actually doing.
Just giving it up, I suppose. I think you're pulling your hair out here. You're pulling your hair out. Let's think of the method behind the madness.
Yeah, you try, mate. You rack your brains.
Backs up, just doesn't want to get... I mean, right, okay. If I'm thinking heads up, Legacy's got an R9, you maybe don't want to take that gunfight up close. That's maybe all I'm kind of thinking. Maybe he's just backing up.
Good job.
See, make an analyst out of me yet. Fades now. Starting to try and find a push here with the sniper, which is not necessarily what you want in this situation. Legacy is with him and has now pushed onto that A site, and the information will start to be gained here by Ricey. You can see plenty of those arrows are pointing in this direction. For Ricey, they do have a 3v2 advantage here for the retake. Big fight going to go over towards the back stairs. The Toots was waiting for your Legacy, so the positioning does work out there, Brody. Egg on your face for the second time today. Now Feints left in a 1 versus 3.
Sniper from Feints, though, could still do some serious damage here unless he gets slide chowed up. Quick scope for 1. Surely not a second. Hold on for a second here, folks. And the player on the defuse of the bomb. Feints almost had a hell of a clip. Yeah, very lucky. I think that positioning from Etudes does take out Feints, and yeah, I think it's just difficult, or Legacy, excuse me, and it's difficult for Feints to do anything in the 1 versus 3, but still, even then, I don't make that risk, to be honest. So, Pricey are very lucky.
2-2 now. Dinicio starting to find something over towards the B side, or at least trying to here with this sniper. Grenade now going to go out. You've got to expect this if you have rushes, right? Backs on down. Kree will find one into Brinks as well elsewhere. It's a good start here from Nexus. Not doing too bad on the attacking side when you're talking of Slums as well, and now all of a sudden, Callow will have to back on down. Did maybe threaten something over towards that side, but backs up, and all of a sudden we still have a 4 versus 5 here. Nexus not able to make the man advantage count just yet.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Again, you are on Slums on offense, and there's just so many of these little choke points that you have to check. HBC is going to check out for Sushi, and you expect a trade to come through from Etudes, and it just doesn't. Yes, it finally does, but it's a delayed one at that. And now Nexus hit in a 3 versus 3 have managed to get control of the A site once again. Bit of a flank being positioned by Etudes. Sniper that's not connecting from Dinicio in the middle of the map. I don't necessarily think they saw Etudes in this situation. He could do some damage here on the flank, on the site. Rush is going to go down. There goes Callow as well. And now Etudes does need to do something. He can't get it done. Dinicio going to win that 1 versus 1. Nexus, another offense for them.
Feints played that so well. Sitting behind the barrel, pops up, and the shots are very, very accurate. Nexus find the win, 3-2 now as we head into our final round for this attacking side for Nexus. Can they find something else? Dinicio just gets the time on Etudes, has really not been at the races here in this first half of Search and Destroy. Alexi just posturing for any pushes over from the A side. Looks like B is what's in the sights here of Nexus.
You ideally want another kill though coming out from Feints here. Something.
Good spot.
Yeah, he's probably going to catch one of these players off guard. The shots have to be good, though, and indeed they are. Sushi next up. Yep, you're cooked, mate. Feints for another one, and already here, Callow left up in a 1 versus 5. See you later, Alligator. Nexus, a flawless round from them to cap off their offenses.
I was about to follow up the following line there from See you later, Alligator, but you know what? We'll leave it.
No, you can do it, mate.
No.
I want to hear it in those sultry Newcastle tones.
Newcastle tones. Southerner crack from Brody as per usual. Here we go, Nexus now. Onto the defensive side and with a lead as well. HBC will be dead to rights. Callow, 2 seconds. Oh my word, the second shot's absurd onto Feints. We need to see more of that from Callow, but we're not going to find any more of it in this round. He's already been wiped out. Now it's all of a sudden the Etudes left in a 1 versus 3. This round was looking positive for a second for IC. But all of a sudden, Nexus now have themselves in a 3 versus 1 Etudes with the sniper Etudes in the graveyard. And well, that may well be where he ends up here. Oh, the push comes in from Legacy, gets shut down. And you're going to offer this up to Etudes. Spins for the 3rd, not there for Dinicio. Oh, just be a little bit wiser. I feel like there was maybe an assassination attempt going on there.
It would definitely was 100% an assassination.
I hope so, at least.
Feeling a little bit exclusive there. But no assassination for Legacy. He does flip that round out for Nexus regardless. The fact he finds those 2 kills inside Graveyard is pivotal to stopping Ricey in that round. Ricey now on the offense. You're going to find out why it's so difficult here on the offense to get anything working, because now you've got a slide chow out. For a player like Legacy, who's just chilling here with the R9, we're feeling pretty grateful for the positioning, for the way that Slums is set up.
Yeah, I really like the setup from Nexus, to be honest with you. Legacy now starts to get a bit aggressive, finds the pick. Callow will be there to trade, but will now be put himself in a really awkward spot. Callow going to have the crazy shot to get himself out of this one. Words are really difficult right now, but so are finding around if you're Ricey. Feints now dipping and diving and dodging. Oh, Rushes, you're in a lot of trouble. Feints decided to back up in a 3 versus 2, just wants to make sure the 360 grenade, you wouldn't dare. What the hell is going on? Did he still find the trade? 2 versus 1 for Nexus.
Oh, this is possibly the worst players that you'd want in this 1 versus 2 if you're Rushes. Kree and Dinicio, these are the ones that were causing havoc for Big over here on Slum Search and Destroy just last week. He's got the R9 at least. Is that a good thing in this situation? Honestly, it's a lottery sometimes. Depends what range the gunfight takes you.
What was the gun that we had in Warzone where we called it the Doof Doof? I think the R9 is very much like that, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't matter. Rushes is it's a beamer.
It's going to have to be a different weapon to help them out here, you want to say, especially with Kree and Dinicio having the snipers in this angle, playing the defensive point. But if you can get over towards A and you can get that bomb down, then maybe something is on the cards. Grenade out, slides on through. Will not go for the plant yet, expecting the push to come over and reads it perfectly. Denisio falls.
Why? Why is that slide shot coming out from Denisio? Credo going to get one at range and misses the snipe. And all of a sudden, the chase is on. Russia's knows he wants to take this one at close range, but just running away from the bomb. No chance. Got to go for the defuse. I think he's actually got time to defuse this bomb, and yes, he does. Russia's going to get the plant, through. I thought it was a defuse on for a second there. My mind is in the car.
It's all right. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, now for Kree. Can he manage to find the pick? The thing is here for Kree now is that he has managed to get Rushes. He knows exactly where he is. Rushes not able to get out, but he doesn't really want to get out with these guns. And there it is. Rushes solidifies it. Gets the plant with 0.1 seconds to go. And Ricey will find themselves around 5-3 now. Have you regained yet?
Yeah, I thought it was a defuse, mate, I'll be honest. Okay. I was very confused for a sec. I will say, I think Denisio kind of gave that one away a little bit, kind of chuckled it. There's no reason when you've got a sniper rifle to chow at close range. I know Nexus are feeling confident, but Rushes shouldn't have gotten that 1 versus 2. Regardless, though.
I think he maybe just didn't even know where he was at that stage.
No, because he saw him from blue.
I suppose, yeah, maybe if he's getting crossing and maybe just a little bit too aggressively. Had he known that Rushes had the R9, would he have challenged that? Should have known. Here we are, though. Now for Nexus, still on the defensive side here for them. So still, we'll be feeling very positive about this one. 30 seconds already gone. Kala will find a kill on Denisio, though. That's over towards the A side. And Sushi will punish at HPC because he pushes up just far too far. Legacy's able to answer back onto Carlo. Now we have a 3 versus 3 and make it now a 2 versus 4, sorry. Rushes finds the kill on the Legacy, and well, Nexus have just overchallenged here. Kree now in a lot of trouble, already dead. And I just don't think Faint has got this one in the locker, to be honest with you.
You never know. It's the solid snake strat coming out again. The bomb has been planted. Just slide your way across the map. Slowly but surely, you'll get there eventually. Now going to stand up. Surely Russia should see him here. Russia's seen a better weapon situation, though, does Faints have, and now Sushi should kill him from behind, no doubt about it. There it is. Rice is going to close things out. And that is kind of the thing that we were talking about before, where players on the defense are getting hyper-aggressive when they don't really need to be, and Ricey are getting numbers off the back of that. You are offering up a free round to Ricey, who really things should be tougher for them on the offense.
And I think that whoever the second kill came onto, it was Sushi who found it, but I think that Nex has seen the kill happen over towards their side and potentially thought that an attack would come out from that end, but in the end it doesn't. You get punished for your over-pushing. Now all of a sudden, Ricey, well, still in the position they've been in for quite some time on the attack and somewhat struggling. I found a couple of rounds, but again, look, Legacy, you're going to push on through. Rushes has been here the entire time, and he will take those all day long. Ricey doing a really good job here on the attacking rounds, but Nexus are offering it on a plate for them.
Denisio going to go down. Again, Nexus, we do not need to be pushing these things as aggressively as we are. What? Hello? Is Callum Matt Murdoch or something? How did that happen? Faints lasts a little bit longer than you would normally expect. I'm around on the board for Ricey.
I'm presuming he was scoped.
I would like to presume he was like just picking up a cup of tea from his mum or something. I don't know. I need an excuse.
5-5. Having a close search and destroy these two teams by, well, I don't want to say necessarily always throwing the rounds away, but some questionable players coming out on this defensive side. I think if both these two teams were sitting tighter, this scoreline will probably be similar, to be honest with you. It would have been tighter. I don't think Ricey and Nexus would have given away so many defensive rounds, but this is a crucial one. Denisio will find the first blood into Brinks. Kala will find a one back onto Kree. The sniper is really dictating how this one is being played, but you can see this time around Nexus are sitting tight. You don't want to offer anything up to Rushes here, who has been punishing them here with the R9.
Yeah, I just don't want to see Nexus get over-aggressive. I just don't see any reason for it. Especially when you've got this much mid-map control at the moment. But they don't have anybody actually on A, so there is opportunity. What? That is a play from Rushes. Brings out the Teague to take a player from long. Elsewhere, though, all of a sudden, HPC and Denisio taken up from B side, and this is actually kind of dangerous here for Legacy and Faints.
Ricey now find a way out. Dangerous place to be in. Legacy does really well. He spots the danger, forces his way out. Will get himself out here as well. But the problem is for him is that that bomb is inevitably going to go down towards the B side. And now for Legacy and Faints, the defuse will have to come on through. It's the 2 versus 3 needed. Are they going to catch a player here? Sushi does get caught out, just not expecting feints that deep. 2 versus 2.
This time they would be looking for the defuse. Gonna have to split up for it. Legacy versus Rushes. That would be the big 1v1, wouldn't it? With the shotguns, the twos though. Oh, gets him at the wrong time as well. And Rushes over the bomb will take feints down. Ricey all of a sudden gear. 4 rounds on the bounce have taken the lead away from Nexus.
And really, we thought, considering these attacking rounds from Nexus was so good, you'd be heading on the defense and making something count, but they have been, well, even less resolute on these defensive rounds as Ricey were. And now Nexus can set themselves up. Oh, they're going to sit tight again. Rushes has just sat there the entire time in Graveyard with the R9. Do not push it. Don't push it. Legacy again. He's got his own, but he will happily walk out of that. I know, why did they keep doing it? Why did they keep doing it?
Tempting fate for no real reason whatsoever. Legacy feels confident in his ability, and to be fair, he's got 8 kills, so I don't necessarily blame him, but he's playing with fate for sure, considering they are just 1 round away from losing the search and destroying. Ricey tying things up. Legacy gets the shots in. I think Denisio actually finished that kill off. That's where HBC takes Callow down. And now this is difficult for Ricey. Look, I know you guys are in a 5 versus 3. Please do not push in a silly way and lose your life.
Oh, you really don't like it when they push past the halfway line, do you? Sometimes aggressive plays are the plays to make. Eh? I mean, there has been many occasions on this defensive side where it's those first bloods that you're offering up that just become one of those things that you really shouldn't be doing. But Kree's there to find one into a Tudes. Feints now set himself up in a good position. This is looking like overtime is very much on the cards. Good shots coming in here from Rushes, though. Can they get something going here? I don't mind this overextension, though, from Nexus, because you've got to turn around. If you're Ricey, 6-6 overtime, we go.
Yeah, I think my only concern there was in that 1 versus 4 that there was a potential path out through the other side of blue. So I was just like, there is an out, because you guys haven't got all your angles covered. But you know what? You're in a 4v1. You can get away with that for sure. Nexus, play it as they should. Not too aggressively there on the defense. Now we switch back for overtime. First overtime in a while here, Ton. I swear to God, we haven't had one in a long time. Probably since the Omni versus Kings game. But regardless, Nexus getting aggressive here, looking for a good start towards overtime. Shots out towards blue. HBC not going to get a kill just yet and has to find a second fight against Brinks. Neither of them will go his way. So 1 man down already, and Nexus now make it 2.
Ricey doing great on the defensive side so far. They've given up that mid-map control, and while all of a sudden Feints has walked through the door, but Brinks is on his pants down. All of a sudden Denisio is there to, well, clean up his mess, and all of a sudden we have a 2 versus 2. Kree now makes it a 2 versus 2, sorry, it was a 3 versus 2 in favor of Ricey. Denisio finds another at a Carlo, though, and the 2 just left all on his own on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, I don't know why it hasn't been communicated that the bomb is down. Maybe they clearly just don't know, but it's been there for a while. Denisio and Kree are going to do this tentatively because they probably think that someone's keeping an eye on the bomb, but they don't need to. It's free range for them. Tudes in Narnia, comparatively to this bomb.
The bomb has been planted.
And that wardrobe's going to be closed pretty soon. Flanking play coming in here, Tom.
Grenade is available. So that's something that could work in his favor. Don't necessarily hate this from Denisio, just repositioning, expecting the push to come from this side, but surely
Did they not see him?
the sound cues coming through, right? As the 2's going to be caught. Yes, he is. Denisio is there, ready and waiting.
Not over yet. Ready up.
First one goes over towards Nexus. If Nexus can now go on to win this defensive side, it's the attacking round that they get.
Defend the
That's a
objective.
huge one.
The enemy bomb acquired.
Yeah, we switch back over here to Nexus on the defense. Ricey looking for a first blood before they move forward. Nexus is playing this one really passively. Finally, they send HBC forward, perhaps looking to evade any set nades coming out from Ricey off the start. If that was the play, they've done exactly that. Now Ricey have to try and work for some kind of first blood. I like this from Nexus. They're not giving anything away.
There is time yet. Ricey now just trying to look for a pick, but Kree and Denisio say, yeah, thanks. We were holding the angles already. Sushi Carlo will fall. Oh, and Denisio nearly finds another one. But it's got them pinned in and over. Charles Rushes was there, ready and waiting. I don't think he expected a second player down that side and gets punished for it, but still. A 4 versus 3 for Nexus. They can sit tight now. Ricey need to do something within the next minute and 4 seconds.
I think the idea here is just try and bait somebody from Nexus forward in a position that is not favorable. If anybody's going to do it, if anybody's been tetchy all game long, it's been Legacy. He just can't sit still. But yet still, Nexus are giving them looks. Somebody needs to convert for a frag before they can move forward, and time is very quickly draining out of this round. There's 45 seconds left. You've got to reserve 4 of that for the plant. And Ricey are not getting anything just yet.
And actually, we don't mind this from Nexus as well. You can see where it already pushed up his legacy. But is he going to get caught as well? He finds the shots, and then all of a sudden, this turns into a very, very different round. It's a 2 versus 2. Still, the time is on the side of Nexus. 25 seconds to go in this attacking round. Where's the bomb got to go? It's got to go somewhere. Faints has been caught in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Just about gets around the corner.
But they can run to A. A bomb site is theirs now because Faints had to get away, and to safety, he went left. So that A bomb now will go down. Kree looking for an exit frag. He finds it against the Tudes, and now Brinks has to go backwards. He has no choice but to go towards blue. That is the game plan. Does he go for a rotation, though, right in a Kree, and actually wins the gunfight? Kree doesn't get the snipe up in time. So all of a sudden, we're in a 1v1 for the game. Faints looking for the final kill. He's on the hunt. Brinks is trying to slide away, and Faints will not let that escape go down. Faints closes out the search and destroy. We go into overtime. We barely dip our toes into it before Nexus close it.
That was a stressful one for different reasons. Both these two teams just wanting to throw rounds away so often in so many advantageous positions, whether that you be on the defense, not necessarily with numbers, but sitting pretty and just giving away first bloods for nothing. Both these two teams have got some work to do on the Slum Search and Destroy, but ultimately Nexus will absolutely be happy with that. A 2-0 lead in the grand scheme of things. It's something that they will very much take happily into a control. It definitely feels like, you know, Nexus came into those first attacking rounds, were looking really good. Look, Ricey were giving a couple of bits away, but I want to say that Nexus were maybe a little bit more haphazard with their lives on their defensive side. They were being much more aggressive, but maybe just making their attacking rounds count a little bit more, making those disadvantageous situations go in their favor a little bit more.
Yeah.
Nexus ultimately just clutched up on a couple of occasions where they needed to and find the game.
I think the only reason that search and destroy went anywhere as near as close as it was because Nexus did end up chuckling defensive rounds. And again, this is something I think an overarching story that we've got for a lot of teams here in the competition, especially down in the bottom half of the table. It's the fundamentals, the way that Slum Search and Destroy works. You should know that you do not need to push. There are very few situations in which you need to push through the 66-yard line. I don't know, like towards the offensive spawn. You don't ever need to push there because it's going to end up using you around. Regardless, though, performances from usual suspects. Denisio, just like that last game versus Big, hit 17 kills as the biggest performer on the roster. His snipes on that map, he just knows exactly where to look.
Yeah, he has the angles absolutely covered. And yeah, it is one of those things with some search and destroy, right, where we see so many occasions. It's not so much pushing through when you have an advantage. That's okay. I don't mind that at all if you have the numbers and you know you have that side clear. So say you're pushing over towards the B bomb site and you found a couple of kills over towards that side, then you can push through and it just shuts that alley down. I don't hate that. But it's when you see it's in a 5v5 and there's somebody in graveyard and you're pushing through to have a look.
Well,
and it's like, you don't need to do that kind of thing, right? I don't hate overextending it on certain occasions, but having a little peek for the sake of it when you're on the defensive side is something that maybe both these teams need to brush up on. But irrelevant of that, we are over towards a control. How are we feeling about this one here, Brody? Ricey, you've got to be feeling maybe a little bit better about this map, but they're 2-0 down.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Ricey, mental game probably in the bin at the moment, but that search and destroy was close at least. So there's something to speak of. They certainly had a good start to this control. Right off the rip here, they send 4 players towards A, 1 player in the mid. That mid player has already gone down. And this is maybe the struggle for Ricey here in this situation, because while they are capturing A, they've given up so much map control that Nexus are already set up for a spawn trap. I will say, Nexus, if you're going to set up a spawn trap, you do actually need to get the kills before you do it. And that hasn't happened. Ricey just chilling on A at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of can respect it. Okay, now this is where it becomes a little bit more dangerous because now they're setting up and now they are starting to find it. Yes, okay, they are going to lose A, but they're in a position to really, really punish Ricey. I felt like it was maybe a little bit egregious to have 3 players in the back spawn at that stage.
You don't need that many.
Yeah, you really don't. 1 or 2 is absolutely fine in that stage, and now at this point, if you are Faints, you're in a position to help your team out later, but you need to help them out now because the rest of them are going to have to defend over towards this B side. They lost A very, very quickly, but Denisio finds 2. Rush is the only one who can answer back as Denisio finds a 3rd, and that's a clean wipe. This is now dangerous for the side of Ricey, who have really just been pinned in over towards that bedroom side. It's the opposite side of what we want to be on here, Brody.
But Nexus are really committed to this. Oh, really committed to this spawn trap. And to be fair, It's a strat that is working for the most part because they have a 9-life advantage over Ricey at the moment. Ricey have no choice but to try to take them down. As they take one player down, though, something to work with at the very least, but that life advantage that the Nexus have built is daunting for sure. Ricey do not have many chances to try and capture B, and they still have to deal with Feints, who is just chilling like a villain. Out the back here, Hunter Killer drone going out. I don't think he's actually spotted out Brinks, so Brinks should be able to take him down pretty quickly. And there you go, finally Feint's going to go down, but the damage is done at this point, and the damage will get even worse as well. Denisio picks up a 2-piece. Legacy gets away with murder on towards Callow on the basketball steps, and now Ricey down to the final 6 lives.
And this is pretty much the only time that we've necessarily had Ricey past the 50-yard line in terms of actually in their spawn and only facing frontwards and not having to go sideways at this moment in time, because Nexus now have lost a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map, but they haven't lost many gunfights in this entire round. 14-3 now in their favor. Really good defensive round, and actually, you know, I think they were definitely overzealous with going to play for that spawn trap, as the final couple of kills will come on through. But at the same time, I think theoretically they played it well. You know, they set themselves up in the right positions. They made sure they were finding the kills, and maybe just sending one player to be a nuisance, that really was the straw that brought the camels back for Ricey. It's a tough one to take, considering you captured Ace so quickly. Now your turn over towards the defensive side. Can you be as resolute, at least on one point, as Nexus were in that previous round?
It's going to be butting heads over towards B to kick things off here. One player on the very outside is going to be Feint, so keep an eye out for them to be all sneaky-like. For the moment, though, is trades. HBC finds the double, looking for number 3. It's Brinks here, just chilling inside the tree. He's going to get shut down too. Finally, Feint now wants to get active, but too little too late. Brinks has the better weapon for that situation, and Ricey have cleared house. And yet still, Nexus seem to want to hit it once again. They don't have any arc control, and that's owing to Rushus, who was there, but Feint is going to take him down after Rushus gets over-aggressive, and Nexus have actually a fair amount of room to maneuver here. Denisio's trying to get a spawn trap going with the Annihilator. That's actually a big shutdown coming through from a Tude, so he's not going to find any value out of that. And Nexus are doing something here which I don't generally rate. They were butting their heads against the wall over by B, but finally now they are going to change their mind and go towards A. 4 players now on the point here. Tunt looks like they can finally put something together.
And if I'm Ricey here, are you aware of how many players are in and around it? You can see how quick it is ticking up. Do you even have a stab at this? Well, it looks like they are going to have a little look here. Legacy now tagged in the back. He will get taken down, but Brinks will immediately get traded. A is now gone. Ricey just trying to posture. I love this read from Feint, just waiting for the inevitable flank to come on through, and finds the kill. But now for Nexus, it's about getting out from that Ace side, trying to find a push through. Let's see, an operator was actually dropped in there. I think it was Callow there coming in with the Annihilator. Can't find anything with it, and now all of a sudden Nexus is starting to find a little bit of control. Etudes is dead though. Purifier out. Ricey investing a lot at this stage in the round. They feel these are important kills.
Yeah, Tude's in a good position here to try and do some serious damage. One player just chilling on the B point at the moment is Legacy with the claw. He's also getting a bit of help in the middle of the map from Kree. Legacy's going to get shut down by Brinks. So these operators here in this game so far have really not been utilized to that great of an effect. Let's see if the fortunes will change of HBC with the equalizers. This is the best operator we have here in the game, and HBC is making it look like it. Finds more kills. Looking for Callow, who wouldn't even dare to go near those zig stairs. Gets shut down. HBC now continuing on this reign of terror, looking for more, finally going to get shut down after chasing the kill up towards the open stairs. So not the best utilization here, but A has fallen by the wayside from earlier on. It is just B that they need.
It feels like Nexus were really chasing the kills there and just trying to farm off the players that were coming off the respawn and really not thinking about the objective, which may well just come back to bite them. Feint finds a kill on the Brinks, which was a momentary breakthrough. The side of Nexus, but they can't quite find it. A couple of kills now falling their way. Kayla and Etudes doing the job, and there Brinks is going to fall here as well. Ricey still have some sort of establishment over towards that B side, and they are going to still be spawning laundry side, so it's not too bad. I think if you're HBC, you are helping Ricey out here, but the lives are not.
Yep, 5 versus 4. You've got operators to use if you want to use them. Ricey, Sushi's got one in the back pocket, but now that's no longer the case. Callow and Etudes here. 2 versus 5. Players on the point. You've got no choice but to push this. Callow, is he ready for the player right in front of him? No, Feint's going to catch him off guard. And Etudes is very far removed from this situation. It's so difficult to get anywhere near the point in that scenario. And Nexus going to close out a second round on the board here.
Into the next round we go. Nexus now 2-0 to the good in the series, 2-0 to the good in the control as well. Just so hard for Ricey to find a route back into this. It would be the ultimate reverse sweep if they can manage to find it, but Can they manage to find themselves an attacking round here? It is typically the easiest side when it does come down to it, and raid control has not necessarily felt like the case so far here against Nexus, who really, for me, are showing a little bit more of what we expected towards the beginning of the season. A 3-0 against Ricey is good any day of the week for any of these teams, and if Nexus can find that, they'll look maybe at the beginning of this season as a disappointment. Fantastic start to the defensive side, and has Ricey's maybe, I don't want to say ego, that's the wrong word, but has their spirit been broken here just a little bit? Looking at the scoreline, looking at the maps, they can't be feeling good right now.
Yeah, Ricey's feeling a little bit undercooked at the moment. Nexus really starting to get aggressive here. Kree with the Sparrow in the spawn, or Faints, excuse me, with the Sparrow in the spawn is doing some serious damage. He's finding one. Legacy's channeling his inner Electra for more kills. Now looking for another one inside basketball, but the 3-pointer goes the way of a 2. Good trade coming out from Denisio. You've got to be a little bit more aware of it right now. And now you're really starting to see Nexus getting fired up. Denisio going to get shut down right off the rip here with the Annihilator. That's by way of the Sparrow from Rushes. So Ricey have something to say, but the biggest problem right now is that life disadvantage once again, and it's being worsened by the fact that the spawn trap has not been dealt with. Finally, they take out one part of it, but still, HBC's got to go.
I mean, I'm just curious, just in your opinion, at least anyway, would you just all rock back? Because I think it's hard for Ricey in that situation to kind of be like, do we just completely leave the point that we have some sort of control of? It's one of those things, it's quite difficult to make the decision, but, well, I mean, the decision for Ricey now needs to be find some kills, because you are down 10, you need to find a point. You've already made some damage, you've got 3 ticks spread over in B. If you can find some time at A, and maybe get that locked in, then lives will not matter, because you can transition to B, and maybe if you can find a break, this is still on the cards, but with only 6 lives remaining, this might be game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of if and buts. Ricey here in this situation, backs well and truly against the wall. They are going to capture A, but they have got no map control whatsoever in terms of getting themselves over towards B. Things going from bad to worse here, Ton. Just 2 players left alive to try and save the series. Oh, and it's going to end with an execution as well. Sushi buddy, we'll see you later. Rushes, the last one left alive. And I tell you what, when you've got 15 lives to spare, I have a feeling, just a sneaky one here, mate, that they're going to go for the execution as well. HBC going to whip the equalizers out, because why the hell not? Rushes, there it is. Oh no, Rushes, he's still staying alive. He's being really annoying.
It's the 1 versus 12. Probably one of the 1 versus 12 that has more of a percentage chance of happening than a lot of the others, because Rushes is being hunted down. Kree's actually jumped over the top of him. They went past each other like ships in the night. Rushes just trying to do what he can here to prolong what feels like the inevitable get on the point. Hey, you never know. You never know. Oh.
What is this? It's like infected. Finally, there we go. Fate's going to do it with a melee. It's not quite an execution, but you know what? At this point, after what was about 40 seconds of chasing that last player, we'll take it. We'll take whatever we can get. We got 1 execution in the round, and that was good enough for us. And it was a good enough control on the whole there for Nexus as they 3-0 Ricey, 3-0 in the series.
It's a good result, though. I mean, look, against anybody for a team who are sitting with no wins, to find your first win in a 3-0 fashion, you take them. Look, I mean, you're still fighting for a bit of prize pool. It feels like Ricey just not at the races in that one whatsoever. A very, very good performance coming out from Nexus, and a comfortable one at that. I mean, they said that, look, the Search and Destroy was relatively close, and I think it feels like Ricey somewhat give up after they lose that. Not a lot to speak of in this control. Nexus finding a couple of rounds where, yeah, they were down to single-digit lives at least, but never in real danger of losing this control. Really, really good performance from Nexus. Find a win on the board.
I'm kind of sad, because, you know, like,
it's a Ricey fan.
I'm just a Ricey fan, and they're playing against a team that hasn't got a win yet. So I was like, hopefully they would make it close. And to be fair, they did make it close in the Search and Destroy. But yeah, I was really hoping to see more, especially in that control. That one was a tad bit lopsided, but obviously credit to Nexus. And we knew that Nexus were a better team than what we had seen out of them so far this season. So it's nice to see them living up to their potential a little bit more. But yeah, right now we truly have a battle for last place.
And we still have another week of competition as well. So there's still going to be fighting for those placements next week. But even if it was a little bit late, it was at least nice to see something out of Nexus. Yeah. We did start the season with such high expectations of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think eventually getting a win on the board is good, but why have we left it so late? I mean, look, it may well be the opposition as well. Ricey just really did not show up in that game. But for Nexus, I think it's one of them where you maybe can take in those last couple of weeks, get yourself a decent placement and go again next season. But yeah, it's still going to ultimately be a disappointing season for them, wins or not.
Definitely lots of learning opportunities here for these teams as they're facing off against each other in the final weeks of this challenge season as well. But that's still only match number 3 out of our 4 matches here in the last day of week 3, which means we still have Kings, our top dogs, going up against Big for match number 4. And I'm just going to say it. I think Kings are going to remain undefeated, Brody.
That's a hot
really
take.
Dangerous.
I'm just going to say it.
You would make a jump and say that Kings would win.
I know.
It's just shocking to me.
It's kind of crazy, really.
My moment.
Just insane.
Look, I mean, I know we're going to discuss it, but Big have definitely looked a little bit better over the last few days. Whether or not it's good enough to go on to beat Kings is another thing. But hey, look, Big have got an opportunity to cause an upset. The pressure will be more so on Kings than it will be on Big. I'm reaching, but look, I mean, we can maybe... look, we're just trying to provide some hope.
Well, I think I'm mostly interested to see what Big can do against Kings, because obviously Kings have literally beat everybody here. That's why they're at the top. And I just want to see what Big has learned so far in the season. And like you said, they have been starting to kind of pick it up a little bit throughout these weeks, and what they can then apply against the likes of Kings.
I just don't want to see a dejected King.
Yes.
Coming out here and losing this just for the sake of losing it, because they know it has no effect on the season other than placement and an increase in the prize pool share. Big can't qualify no matter what, but I would love to see this improved Big come out here and at least be competitive versus Kings. That's what I want from this one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Before we get into our final matchup of action, though, we're going to send it to one final break on the day. And when we return, Kings versus Big. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're about to get ready for our 4th and final match on the day. And if you're just joining us, it was Nexus who was able to take out Ricey in a 3-0 fashion in our last match. Now we're going to be looking towards the matchup between Kings and Big to close out the day. Our undefeated top dogs going up against Big. It's gonna be a tough matchup.
It's 100% going to be a tough matchup for Big, but I think realistically for Kings as well, you can't underestimate that Big have definitely improved. They've looked pretty decent in Hardpoint, to say the least. So I think especially coming into map number 1, you cannot come into it thinking, oh, we're Kings and we're just going to beat everybody 3-0. They might, and they probably will. But realistically, you cannot underestimate Big. Their record, I don't think, shows how decent they actually are. I just don't think they're at the level of Big. Yeah, Bobby is twisting it. I know. Realistically, we expect Kings to win this, but I think at least Big want to come in here and give a good show of themselves and cannot be underestimated.
Listen, hold a candle for whoever you want to hold a candle for, okay? Because Bobby has done the same. Bobby has had an unwavering faith in Ricey, and sometimes they come through for you. And then other times they let you down.
I started believing in them after their win, and then after they win, they never won again. So they've never come through for me, but I get where you're coming from. I think Kings can come into this however they want to, realistically. I think whatever approach they take, they are the better team. They're the best team in Europe, and so I think because of that, they can mess around with. I don't think they're going to mess around because they're not that type of team, but I think they can realistically afford to take whatever approach they want. I think that Big have improved, but I think that improvement is enough to span the gap from top to bottom of the bottom 4, not really anything to hold a candle to the top 4.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I love Big. I love watching Big. I think they've improved a lot over the last couple of weeks, especially with the big change of bringing Rondo and Slayer in at the same time. But this is a whole different beast. Kings are just, it's so difficult. There are ways into this series, but against Kings, it's so difficult. I mean, I think especially considering the fact that they've brought Raid now back in the mainline roster instead of Drari. You know, they bring Drari on at the start of the season, and they trial him for the first few matches. And I think now that Raid is back full-time, statistically, Raid is already one of the highest performing players on this roster from the 3 matches that he's played. So this is not just Kings, it's Kings 2.0. It's a new and improved Kings. It's a really difficult boss fight for Big.
Well, on the flip side, obviously, we'll take a look at Big's roster as well. And, like we mentioned, it's still an opportunity here to continue improving on themselves, even if they aren't able to take home that win here ton. This is a fantastic learning experience.
Look, if you can come in and give them a good game, then that does help you out. And I think, you always, as a player, when you were coming up, you would always know playing up against the better teams does make you better. If you are just playing up against the same teams who are around the same level, you see it's not going to help you in any sense. Sometimes getting battered is one of those things that does definitely help you going forward, because you start to say, okay, well, what did they do here? Okay, where they did this, so why aren't we doing this? Should we do this more, etc., etc.? So all these things are losing is learning. It's one of those things. I'm not saying they're definitely. I mean, look, we are realistically expecting them to lose, but if they could come in here and give them a good game in a hard point, maybe even, I mean, shoot me down here, but maybe even if they take one, then at least that's a small win for them. But it is still going to be very, very difficult. Kings are the best team in Europe right now, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
I'll take you there. I think it's the hard point that they're probably going to get into this series somewhere, for sure. They currently have a minus 22.43 differential, which means they're losing games by an average of 22 points. But that is only because they had an 0-3 start in Hardpoint. It was those first couple of series where they just looked dreadful. Since then, they've looked a lot better. I think they took exclusives within a 50-point game on, I think it was a Hacienda Hardpoint, I want to say, which I know Hacienda Hardpoint, so take it with a grain of salt. But still, they have been a lot more competitive since those first 2 matches, and it is a very different team now.
And to put some more some more into that stat as well, they've already played Omniscient, if I'm correct, and they've already played exclusive, right? So, I mean, look, they're sitting in a minus differential, which obviously is not a great thing to have, but you've also played the other 2 very, very good teams in this one, so it might well get worse here, but at the same time, it's not like you are sitting at a bad differential and you've had an easy schedule. You have played everybody else good right now, so I think the stats do help in that sense of things, but still, it is going to be tough. I think we're just trying to sugarcoat it here for Big a little bit, or at least I am. But, we're going to see Arsenal. I'm happy either way.
I can't believe there's no Hacienda. Both of these teams love Hacienda, and it's not banned. And it's not in either of the first two matches. I'm happy about it. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to see the Arsenal thrown into the rotation, but that one caught me off guard.
And I think as well for Arsenal here, for Kings, is notoriously a map they're not great on. So I think potentially... Oh, is this wrong?
It's exclusive.
It's exclusive, never mind.
You were close there, mate.
I was
It's all right. I'm
They're
sorry.
both good.
The Takeoff is a weird one because this is one of the must bans I really wanted to see from Big. And again, not that it matters too much, but maybe they're just trying to expand their map pool here, but they're 0-2 on Takeoff Hardpoint. I'm really surprised that this has got into the best of 5. Moving forward, though, Slums in Tunisia, letting Tunisia through is going to be a tough one, and Slums as well. They're two of the best Hardpoint, best search and destroy maps, excuse me, for Kings, and then the Standoff control as well. Yeah, and maybe they're just like trying to up the difficulty a little bit, have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah.
Just set the difficulty to max.
It seems unlikely, but you know, it could make for an entertaining matchup, so not mad about it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let us dive into it. For now, I will send you off yonder. Go away to the other side of the studio. Get yourselves ready for the 4th and final match on the day. Final thoughts before we toss it off to those two miscreants.
The negative Nancy's, aren't they, honestly? I think realistically, though, that it comes from a place of knowing how good Kings are. We all know they are. But honestly, I have seen massive improvements in Big as of recent, but I've seen improvements from Kings since the first game as well. So, look, for Big, it is one of those games where you have nothing to lose. That's the other caveat in this one. Kings, the pressure is more so on them. But I don't know if it's a game where they will necessarily feel that pressure. I still think Kings will win comfortably, but I would love for Big to actually give themselves a showing here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this match plays out. I think it's going to be a great way to close out the day, regardless, because we either have that definitive undefeated squad or we end up with some sort of a massive performance out of Big that will surprise everyone, and either situation is good for one of these two teams. For now, let's see how it at least starts on the hard point. Bobby, Brody, let's close today out.
Listen, Ton, you say negative Nancy, I say realistic Robert. And I think I'm coming into this with realistic expectations for Kings, #1 team in Europe. But, you know, I would be more than happy if Big proved me wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's difficult, right? I'm trying to be hopeful here for Big. And like I said, I love what Big have brought to the table over the last couple of weeks and the improvements that they've made, the changes that they've made to their roster, and just how much better they have looked on the whole. But this is a titanic team to try and take on. It is a David versus Goliath situation, and David has no hands. I don't know what to do.
He has no hands.
It's tough. It's a tough situation. Let's get into it. Hopefully Big can come out firing.
All right. We'll see what they can do. They got guns, but they don't have hands to use them. That's off the start. Raid getting real snappy with the aim, and that's Kings taking over the hard point. So we'll see what Big can do in response. Doesn't seem to matter the range. Able to make that thing look like an AR, and you get Grizz running all the way through with a shotgun in hand. He hasn't even had to use it so far. You get a respawn sniper on the inside of P1 in Inferno, and he still picks up 4 kills off the start. Not a great sign. Got to get these SMGs and AR going a little bit more.
Not the start. The Big would have wanted. Starricker, the last one left alive on the point, actually going to get 1 kill before being shut down. So some resistance, and Big actually will get the remainder of this time too. This is not a dreadful positioning, I think, on the whole here from Big. They did have 1 player looking to try and garner spawns. That was Slayer. I think Slayer gets shut down and sent back towards the respawn point, and all of a sudden I think was actually a pretty hopeful situation for Big in terms of making sure they maintain the rotation, and that's not to say they haven't 100% lost it just yet. It is now in the hands of Kings, and Kings are now going to get a good look over towards P2. That being said, Robbie? Oh my God, it's because of
Realistic Robert.
Realistic
That's
Robert.
my name.
Realistic Robert.
Do you not make that connection, Bobby, Robert?
That's what threw me off for a second. I was like, oh yeah, I get it now. Kings hit. They might well have control of the hill, but it is Big now to flip out the spawns.
All right, the fact he's shut down. I mean, Raid just is on demon time right now. The snappiness and the movement combination is not something that Big have been able to deal with so far. He's on a 5 spree. And Say's looking to cut off any potential entry point as he's able to take down 1, does the damage onto the 2nd, and there's the kill to clean things up. Not any semblance of hope on P2 for this Big squad, as they're just going to lick their wounds and head toward P3. Unfortunately for them, Grizz is already here, and I've got a feeling they're not going to make the read onto this one. Juicy 2-piece right here. That's going to leave him spawning across the map. He does get taken down, but Fred's going to drop from Raid as well, and things go from bad to worse for Big.
Yeah, I don't think you can get much worse than this, to be honest. Big just have 16 points on the board at the moment. They wanted to rotate early to get control and, well, didn't quite cover all their angles, or rather Grizz got there first, to be honest, and just did a lot of damage. Still, though, Big are scrapping for it. One player around the flank immediately does get shut down. We're seeing now another streak coming out from Saze here. Everything that Kings are earning, they want to use to really steamroll Big here in this game. And goodness gracious me, this is not nice whatsoever. Raid now going to bring out the equalizers just to see if any players can be taken down by him. He's not even going to look at anybody. Finally, somebody makes an appearance from the vent. Starricker takes some shots, just a tickle for Raid, as Raid will respond with full force. Equalizers now out, looking for more kills. He's lining them up, he's knocking them down. It looks so easy for the Kings, doesn't it? Big now getting nowhere near this throne.
Yeah, it has been rough so far. Inferno's already on 12, Raid's on 14, and nobody has made their way past 6 kills for Big. Obviously, we love to see the improvements that they made, but shows you that there is levels to this. My gosh, they are going in right now. It looks like Big trying to find some value here on P3. They've saved up their operators, but unfortunately, Kings are the ones on rotation. Raid's going to be able to lock down the inside. Couple players looking to push through window, and we do have the Annihilator coming out for Slayer. Starricker, War Machine as well, and they are going to look to find their first sizable chunk here on P3. Oh, unfortunately, they have a shotgun in the hands of Grizz, an Annihilator in the hands of Marvel to be dealt with, and all that investment is going to be for naught.
Oh boy, you've heard of rock, paper, scissors. How about operators, R9 and Predator missile coming down? Kings are just completely outgunning Big in every single situation at the moment. Big now going to use the equalizers. Rondos will not last long at all. By that I mean he walls them out, and Marvel completely send him straight into the grave. Inferno taking some pot shots across the way here, just trying to take anybody out that would dare even bother to challenge Big at this point in time. Mirage trying to bring out the claw to get some kills and find the rest of this time. Buddy, I'll be honest, I like it. I like your candor, but I don't think shooting bodies is going to do you any good here when you are 125 points down.
I don't think that was like a confident shooting bodies. I think that was just him being mad that he's the scoreboard looks like what it does right now. They get a solid rotation right here, an opportunity where they could start to close the gap, and naturally Raid and Marvel are there, so they're immediately wiped off the point. They get a whopping 4 seconds out of that solid rotation, and just like that, Kings continue to make their way upward.
Yeah, Big are now spawning in the backline, though. That can be kind of a blessing and a curse at the same time, because, of course, you do get close towards the hard point. You do constantly have chances to hit it. At the same time, though, you can also be easy pickings for any team that knows this is how the spawns work. And Inferno is already piecing these guys up. Switches over towards the pistol to try and close out what would have been a nice 3-piece, but not to be. Vat has something to say on the other side, but as soon as there's even a smidgen of resistance from Big, King's now going to bring the operators out to completely stamp out the revolution. Raid, he's still got his equalizers. Grizz now switching back over towards the R9, which has proven to be an operator in on itself this game. That is 3 for Grizz. And again, the fact of the matter is, Bobby, they know exactly where they are spawning. They know the fundamentals of how Arsenal Hardpoint works.
Oh, and he reads the one around the corner as well. He's got the headphones cranked up, and there's nothing they can do trying to make way through that entry point. He has simply been on a different level this season. 28 kills to his name. Saze is bottom fragging with 16, but I've got a feeling it's just because he's playing the objective and his teammates are not letting the opponents get there. Grizz with another Pred missile that's been earned, and the feed stays yellow all the way through. Big have finally made their way into double digits, most of them, but still not a whole lot you're going to be able to do against all this firepower. Like you said, Grizz basically running around with a permanent operator with the way that he uses the R9, and this is a completely locked down P1. I don't see any way that Big find a break in here to find any amount of contest time to push this to P2.
Yeah, Inferno just looking to put this one all the way home with the claw. Nicely done. That's 4 in a row for Kim. Marvel is going to send this one home with the Predator missile. I was going to say that, you know, Big fared better than Omniscient did earlier on. They actually fared the exact same. So,
who'd have thought?
Yeah, I was like, Big are going to get a point in a second. I'm going to be like, well, actually, they fared better than Omniscient did today. Yeah, thanks for that, Big. You really, you know, made my day a lot worse. But you know what? I don't think my day can get much worse than Big's after that.
I can't believe you said David and Goliath, or David has no hand.
It's just, I think it's a pretty apt comparison to
I mean, having seen map number 1, I don't think you were too terribly far off on that one. So We said the if Big were going to take a mode, it had to be the Hardpoint.
Yep. Yeah.
It was definitely not the Hardpoint. I don't know how you realistically let Arsenal get through. Maybe they just really don't want to play Apocalypse.
It's a weird one, yeah.
But whatever it is, Big absolutely did not get the job done, and they have they've made the rest of the road very, very rocky.
You know what's funny is, the way that start of the game went, because they had like 20 kills each by the middle of the game, I was like, are we going to get like another record-breaking game coming out from them, considering we've already had, what was it, Daytel earlier, with 55 kills? And then it's like, I don't even think they had enough time to break the record, because that was just so quick and so damning. In the hard point there is 250 to 44 is the scoreline for the first game of the series, and it's definitely a mood setter, I think, if you're a Kings fan, right? You'll be pretty happy. You'll be like, let's whip out another bag of popcorn, because the rest of the series is going to be a movie. But a short one. It's an art film.
Yeah, the thing is, we're heading now into the Slum Search and Destroy, which, if you don't take control early, is another one that can end very, very quickly. And obviously, Kings are going to look to do that. So I would love to see a regain right here. And the one thing that Big have going is they have some streaky players like Slayer that can really pop off and have a big impact. I think if it comes down to strategy and whatever their game plan is going to be heading into this one, there's not much of a chance for Big. But if he can have a big impact individually, and they have some other players making big-time plays, may have a chance of keeping this one close, and their star record finding first blood.
You got to stop saying the word big.
You say it all the time, too. You just don't notice it.
I think this is the thing. This team really definitely shows us how often we say the word big. You recognize it when you casted them. Regardless, Kill is definitely going in favor of Big here. Inferno now left up for a 1 versus 3 scenario. I think did he have like crossbow? Or am I going mental? No, it's the right tech. I don't know where I saw the crossbow. I saw the crossbow somewhere, and there's a Slayer on the other side who has it. I just sort of go to it. Inferno for the right tech kit. 1 versus 3, player on the flank. Nice read from Rondo. And I think you were right with the earlier call there. I think these guys have their headsets cranked. They heard him.
He's not giving away anything he doesn't have to. Starraker, I don't even recognize the weapon skin. I think that's a Locust. It's just a weird Locust skin. Anyways, they're going to look to replicate that result as many times as they possibly can. Round number 1 on the board. They got a point on the board a lot sooner than they did in the hard point, but they don't find a whole lot of success across the mid-map. Deagle comes out, and fortunately for Says, the rest of his teammates going to be able to clean things up, and those are the quick rounds that we tend to see on Slums, especially when things get lopsided.
That was fast. Kings, when they want to ascertain control of the situation, they bloody well will. Cooking up an aid for his Rondo. Held on that for a little bit too long there. I was a bit concerned that it would explode in his hand, but it doesn't. Valve to start this one, getting aggressive, going to take Grizz down. Trades galore, though, in the middle of the map, and Rashly Orr's getting involved with his iconic MK2. But Big Rondo trading things out so that numbers are still in favor of Big here. 3 versus 2, and Marvel and Says now the last ones left alive. Marvel, I think he's pretty happy with this positioning, to be honest, because he can snipe from afar. He's just content.
Say's going to sit back. I don't think he got eyes across to blue right there. Trying to make a wallbang happen. Nothing connecting so far. And even with the man advantage, Big don't seem to really want to aggress right here, hoping they can bait Kings into going a little too far. But my gosh, Say's did not make a bullet on that spray and makes it a 2-piece right there. Mirage Lior trying to shut things down and should be able to hear the audio cues right outside that entryway. But it's all going to come down to timing, and Say should have first peek. I think that's a crossbow coming out, and nothing going to connect for him as Kings take back-to-back rounds.
How does Says get away with that? Insanity. They just slid right into him. Says like, yeah, hey, how you doing, guys? Hey. I'll send you in the next round for sure. Big performance coming out from Say so far. 5 kills between these first 3 rounds. Grizz yet to have much of an effect for Kings, but it won't matter as they are currently in the lead here on the defense. Big have been actually pretty good for these first bloods, generally speaking, and they're going to follow that trend here into this round. It's 3 for them. Grizz finally has something to say for Kings, but by this point, the damage is very much done. Grizz gets aggressive all the way on the flank. Shut down, though, is he. And all of that will lead to a 1 versus 3 from Marvel. Sniper in hand, gets a good look at a couple of players, but that is info for Big.
You definitely don't want to push through that doorway because Marvel is somebody that will make you pay, or that comes flying through the sky to shut him down. Now 2 rounds taken for Big, so they keep things even through the first little bit on the offensive side anyway. Looking at the bare minimum take a map because obviously you got to bounce back from a 250 to 44. Solid start to this one. Once again, going to get aggressive over here on the B side, but maybe not quite as aggressive this time around. They're going to look to sit back, and unfortunately for them, there's a Grizz waiting on the outside of that wall.
It's a grizzly bear. Someone made that joke before?
No.
Okay. Good to be the first. Grizz gets taken down, though, finally, not before he gets another kill, though, so kills definitively in favor here of Kings. A 4 versus 2 scenario. Starricker and Rondo, who haven't had that much of an effect for Big so far in this game, need to pull a rabbit out of the hat, and Starricker's got nothing. Nobody in the alfalfa, and Rondo's going to go down as well. Kings here on the defense, doing what defensive teams should do. And I think that is worth saying so far here, to be fair, Bobby, that Big have actually had a fair amount of effect considering they're on the offense here on Slums.
Yeah, they've definitely been able to dictate the pace of the game more, and it's definitely worked out to their favor. And once again, the B pressure is going to be applied right here. Vat's going to end up paying for that one more than likely. He does, but solid trades out of Rondo. He pushes up a little bit further, and the sniper's not really connecting so far for Kings. That's opened up a lot of opportunity, but Grizz will close it. 3 straight right there, and he just continues to run like an absolute madman across the map. Slayer able to shut down 1, but he needs a 1v4 to make this happen, and unfortunately, Grizz never stops moving.
Yeah, you know what, you were talking about the sniper rifle efficiency for Kings, and that's not that effective, but I tell you what is super effective. The R9 in the hands of Grizz. He's feeling it, getting vibes from that meltdown search and destroy between Kings and Exclusive, where Grizz went on an absolute tear. He's doing it again here, 8 kills to his name now. Kings now switch over towards the offense. They just need 3 rounds, and that's very difficult, especially as you're actually seeing aggression coming up from Big there. Slayer gets that kill by way of really surprising saves, and he's going to surprise Raid as well. Slayer having a massive effect here on this round. Grizz, trigger discipline though, wants to wait to try and catch Starricker off guard. Does he regret it? No, he doesn't. He knows where Vat is as well. Not going to get that second kill, but I tell you what, fair shakes to Grizz for trying it.
Oh, Inferno had it lined up for the second shot on the Slayer, but not going to quite be able to connect. And even on the defensive side, Big able to take it around here, so not typically known as a search and destroy team. Have they won a search and destroy this season? I'm not entirely positive.
Well, yesterday versus Ricey, right?
Yesterday versus Ricey, but outside of that, not a whole lot of success in search and destroy, but they're finding some here up against... Now, as I say it, Grizz runs absolutely through the site, shuts 1 down. Traded out, though, and once again, finding some momentum, keeping things fairly even here in the search and destroy. Marvel looking for an angle, but COD timing does not go his way.
Yes, COD timing doesn't go Slayer's way as well. You could see it on the minimap. You can see him trying to kind of chill in the middle of the map. Wasn't quite aware that there were a couple of players around. Bricks, Inferno. Goodness, what is going on with these snipes, this search and destroy so far? Inferno and Marvel haven't been anywhere near as effective as we normally would see them be. Now Marvel is going to have to be. Say's getting aggressive here against Starricker around Cafe. Starricker going to get shut down, and Marvel is going to find the kill over by Double B's. So Kings getting aggressive, and that's what you need to see for teams on the offense. It's kind of the only way you can play unless you manage to draw out aggression from the defensive side, is you just have to just run at them. Put some smokes down, maybe some set nades to try and open things up, but Kings there don't even need it. Aggression works out for them in that round. Now 5-3 up.
No surprise, see Grizz getting aggressive, but a well-placed nade by Rondo will shut him down early. Inferno finally able to connect. Sniper starting to heat up a little bit more, and that clears off the B site. Just like that, Marvel finds one for himself as well, and Slayer definitely spotted out by Says. 1 player remains right here. 1v4 opportunity for Vat, but the snipers firing on all cylinders in that round, and now Kings 1 round away from taking the 2-0 lead in the series.
They might have heard of me, mate.
Maybe.
Talking trash. Marvel and Inferno have definitely stepped things up in the last couple of rounds, now up to 12 kills between them. Grizz still the primary player, though, for Kings at 10. Once again, aggression coming out, smokes galore. Ray going to use it to get towards the middle statue. Grizz also starting to get aggressive through Double Ds. Couple of players in the middle of the map. Raid and Inferno find the kills. Grizz now going to get active. And oh, goodness me, when Grizz gets on the move, You do not want to be in his path. It's time for Rajlior to bring out the iconic MK2 and crossbow duo. We saw him use this to great effect versus Ricey yesterday. Very different beast though, Kings. I don't know if they're going to give this one away.
Yeah, they go ahead, get the bomb down, make sure they don't have to waste any more time than they have to, and Mirage can clear as many angles as he can around the map, but there may be a hunt for an execution right here, if I had to guess. One player directly behind him, and can Marvel get the timing? Yes, he can. Oh, Inferno! What kind of teammate is that? You steal his execution. That's just rude.
It's naughty. It's naughty behavior, Inferno. Like, we need to sit down, put you on the naughty step, tell you off for what you've done. I tell you what, though, had a good game there. Inferno and Marvel in the end did come up to play in the last 3 rounds, and I think Kings had enough of messing around towards those back 3 rounds. The first few were actually pretty competitive. Big, when they want to be, can be a scary force on the defense here, or even on the offense on the rounds in which they won. And I think a lot of that was down to maybe Slayer getting aggressive, Rajlior was finding kills, and even Vat was having his moments. For the first early rounds, though, Starrick and Rondo weren't really in the play. Gave Kings way too much to work with. And of course, we can't talk about that search and destroy, Bobby, without talking about Grizz.
Yeah, Slums is just such a nasty map for the R9 because there's so many tight angles that you can bob and weave around. Especially if you're taking different routes every time, it's so difficult to predict. And obviously, he used that to his advantage. 12 kills in that search and destroy. Now we get ready to head into the control. Obviously, this is one of the modes that Big has surprised us most on. I believe taking a control off of Mont, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
not 100% positive. Yeah, standoff control. Obviously, I believe we're going into raid right here, so a little bit of a different beast, but anything is possible, and we know they've got the firepower to do it. So a couple solid rounds there in the search and destroy give me a little bit more hope.
Yeah, that's the thing with this big roster, right? Is that you've seen moments, you've seen close hard points, you've seen close search and destroys against some of the top teams here in Europe. Again, you know, I go back to that, what was it? I think it was a 50-point game they had versus Exclusive, I want to say. It's moments like that where it's like, you know, Big are capable of great things. It's just when it comes down to it, it's not there consistently, like we saw in the map number 1, where they got clubbed by Kings. And I think the daunting thing is, we've seen it, because we saw it on this map versus Exclusive from Kings. Kings are very, very good at this spawn trap. I would be terrified if I was Big going into this one.
Oh, it is standoff. All right. Oh, they've got... Wait, was it not raid?
It was raid on the graphics. Somebody...
Okay, I thought maybe I was just...
wait, was it?
Something.
I swear it was raid.
I felt pretty confident about that as well, but regardless, I feel like Kings are probably going to be able to handle business. They sit up 8 rounds, 30 seconds into this one, and once again, Big just getting absolutely gunned down at every angle possible. Players trying to make their way past 1 kill on the board as it currently stands.
This is the scary thing, isn't it? Spawn trap having early on. Kings only losing 4 lives to the 14 of Big. Now make it 15 as another one goes down inside the gas station. More kills to be found. Inferno, Marvel, Grizz doing it across the board here. Big, I mean, they're escaping the spawn trap at the very least, but I mean, it does not really last that long. We're still feeling the suffocation of Kings. Raid and Grizz will go down there. That's by way of a double from Vat. Still, though, 20 seconds now on the board for Big to traverse the map and find a way through. Snipes coming out now from Inferno and Marvel. Inferno looking to get it done with the pistol. Not going to do so. So Slayer perhaps through. If he can find one more kill, maybe he might be able to stop the clock, but this is disgusting.
Yeah, it's almost a more terrifying spawn trap because they set it up a little bit further out. But because they're so much further out, there's no points of exit. Yeah, there's no avenue for you to find an easy kill by somebody being over-aggressive. You just have to run into the guns and pray that you can gun them off their headies. And obviously that did not work for Big in round number 1. 3 players still sitting on 1 kill. And naturally, Grizz going to go ham on Standoff with that R9 in hand. And this time they get aggressive here on the offensive side. Grizz already hopping the objective. My gosh. He made single-handedly get the R9 banned with the way that he is using this right now.
Who are the other players in the scene that use the R9?
Solo,
Raf is the one that always pops out to me.
Solo, Raf.
Rushes comes to mind.
Rushes, yep.
very different. But Rush just comes to mind. Yeah, this R9 is disgusting, especially in the right hands. And Grizz, I think, might actually be the best player in the entire world with it at times. It is disgusting watching it to go out to play. And he's not even getting anything at the moment. Switches over towards the Sparrow here. Going to get one kill with it before getting shut down. That was actually a trade coming out from Rondo, so posthumous kill for Grizz. But for the most part, even though this is still numbers in favor of Kings, this has actually been a pretty good round for Big on the whole. It's just not quite as convincing as you would like. You are letting players through.
Yeah, it's definitely been a more solid round for Big as they only sit down 1 life, but you've given up A already, so that puts the additional pressure on. It does feel like Kings have maybe been a tad careless with some of the operators that they've used so far, largely as a result of the level of dominance that they've displayed so far, but a couple more kills do come through. And with that, should be able to make this read onto Inferno. Now, they make the read, but they can't get the kill. Deagle's able to shut one down, and he continues to wrap on through Vat. You've got to find the kill there. So many opportunities, but does not capitalize. And with that, they apply a little bit more pressure up toward that B side. One player hopping on, but he does get taken down.
I feel like King should be able to turn it on at any given moment, right? And Marvel maybe has the opportunity to do that right now. He's got the Annihilator in hand. We'll see what we can do a bit. Grizz obviously with the R9 as well. Starting to push through the middle of the map. A has already fallen by the wayside here, so they got the extra 60 points on the board. And now, even though it is close in lives, it is down big down to the last set. Rondo out of the play. You've seen an investment coming out from the Claw, from Mirage, or excuse me, with the Claw. Hasn't found much effect just yet, and Grizz is going to take him out of the equation, and yet still, Kings still need to move up the map here, Bobby. Slayer.
3 lives to 3. Slayer Annihilator. What can he find? That's 3 in a row. Make it 4. All down to Raid right here. 1v3 opportunity and can't make it happen. And Big find a way to take a round off of Kings. Definitely unexpected there. But we said that this was probably their best map out of the entire map pool, out of all the modes. And they definitely show it there.
Dude, he is so good with that Annihilator. That's not the first time he's done that. I remember him doing that versus Nexus to clutch a couple of rounds over on a raid control back in that series. He is so damn good at it. I'll tell you what, though, Kings are better at spawn trapping, and that's the big problem here. It is what made round number 1 so darn frustrating for a Big. Raid now not going to waste these equalizers whatsoever off the spawn as well. Vat, see you in the next life, buddy. Starica as well. Raid is decimating the opposition. Now Inferno next up to Vat, and he is hitting home runs. What is this? Inferno is watching them spawning and sending them right back to the next spawn. This has been the most suffocating attempt at a defense yet.
They're speedrunning this one for sure. That is 2 high-value operators. With only 8 lives remaining, there's no realistic hope of getting 2 objectives captured here. If you're Big, you're just trying to end any of the streaks that you can and move on to the next round. Kings on the defense, a very different beast. Mirage Lure with the crossbow, able to take down Grizz right there, but he's going to get read by Says, and with only 6 lives remaining, no ticks of progression here on the objective. Should be pretty light work for this King squad, closing things out the rest of the way.
Huh. All right, Big. Give us something. Something, please. Starica, Slayer, anybody. Slayer goes down. There goes Starica as well. And yeah, Big just done for there. Yikes. Raid with the equalizers, and then Inferno following up with the Claw. Probably the 2 most powerful operators we have here in COD Mobile. And they use them to bully Big back into the spawn. Big last time, though, did manage to win this defense. And a lot down to it because Kings were playing so scrappy. This time, though, none of that business. They're coming right out the rip here with the operators.
War Machine right up the middle will be able to connect for 1, and Slayer, unfortunately, takes himself down with the Hunter Killer as it does connect. So it looks like Kings will be able to lock down the top side of Grandma's right now, get a player on the objective. Obviously had a little bit of struggles first time through on the offense. Slayer, big kill onto Raid right there. They keep things clear in the back alley, and Grizz, with Sparrow in hand, does get shut down. So still not a ton of success so far for Kings, given the amount of investment they put in.
Oh, God. Big. Not able to keep Kings at bay. It's going to be an investment coming out from the Purifier from Vat, and it's not really led to anything of note. Kings now going to capture A, so An extra 60 seconds on the board, slight life advantage over towards Kings. Now they need to work back over towards B. A couple of players now trying to escape any potential 50-yard line trap. Curious is one of those guys who does get shut down over by B. So Big haven't found themselves overwhelmed just yet. They've still got a few tricks in the book to bring out to play. But they've got to make sure they have everybody across the map, keeping an eye on all of the different lanes in which Kings can come through, because one player's already snuck through towards Gas, and that's Inferno.
Yeah, he's got to get dealt with, and in this position, the only way you can realistically do that is get a good read toward the opposite side. He actually sneaks out right there, so an opportunity for Big to slip through. Marvel, Annihilator in hand, doing as much damage as he can. First shot on Mirage Lure does not connect. Third, fourth, not going to go. But there it is, the final one, and one more for the cherry on top. Pred missile should drop, and that might give them the space that they need to hop on this B objective. Nate does connect, but they only need 5 more kills right here. We do see Mirage Lure Rondo pulling out a couple operators. They're going all in right here in attempts to prolong this game. And it looks like they're going to be able to do so far, but they cannot afford to give away any lives.
Here we go. War Machine equalizes. What can they do? That goes down, so now it is all just on those two. Big Rondo's going to fall with the equalizers before getting one. Starker needs to pull off a 1 versus 5. He gets taken down by Inferno, who finds the final kill. And Kings send the peasants home. Big just gets shut down.
They do. They put up a good fight there in the control, at least when they were on the defensive side. When they were on offense, it was not pretty at all. That's not something that we want to look back at, but solid attempt on the defense to keep things somewhat even. I think it was just a little bit too much from the operator side of things for Kings at the end right there. They're able to close things out. As expected, they handle business and remain at the top of the European region.
Just insane. Just an insane game from Kings. And like the thing is, they had like the lol second round. I want to say, shut up. They had a lol second round. I really set you off for that one, haven't I?
Call me off guard,
it was
Send the peasants down. Bloody hell.
Because they're the Kings.
Yeah, the Kings. Dude, I've been trying to make medieval Kings references the entire season so far. Every single time that Kings win a series and I'm casting them, every single final call will be some kind of medieval Kings sort of royalty.
Oh, them peasants.
It was a bit harsh, but you know.
Look, I mean, realistically speaking,
I mean, it's less harsh than David has his hands cut off.
I mean, I've said some things in my time as well, so maybe it's okay. But hey, look, I think realistically speaking, though, I will follow my sword on that one. That was yeah, it's wow, just impressive from Kings from the get-go. You know, to be fair, we've seen some things from Big in the control and maybe in the S&D, but realistically speaking, it was nothing to really write home about there. Kings very, very dominant, and that's a really, really good weekend for them, like just fully cementing themselves at the top.
Yeah. I don't think this game did anything for me that was like particularly Kings are now the best team. We knew that before that game.
Yeah, I meant as in from yesterday kind of thing, yeah.
It was impressive. Good job,
I mean,
Kings.
250 to 44, obviously exclusive to
Scoreline
that
of the
too,
day.
but it is. It was not a scoreline I expected to be replicated, but impressive nonetheless.
It is weirdly specific.
It is.
To be fair, not even off by like a single point. It is what it is. At the end of the day, Kings remain undefeated at the top of our leaderboard, now 6-0, heading into our 4th and final week of the challenge season. Kings will absolutely now be that first seed as well heading into the challenge season finals, meaning they will face off against whoever ends up in that 4th place. Right now, we've got Mont there tied in record with Omniscient. I mean, we kind of predicted it was going to be these 4 teams at the top anyways. I think that it was perhaps a little bit more of a struggle for Mont to be up there than we had initially thought it would be. And then also we saw some pretty marked highs out of Omniscient to get there, and then some surprising lows out of them as well. So lots of yo-yoing across the board.
Yeah, I think especially for Mont, you kind of look at how things are broken down for them. We kind of had that expectation at the beginning of the season that we'd see maybe a little bit more from Nexus. It would kind of be that fight in there. Maybe Ricey would be part of that as well. But Mon really did solidify their spot there. They have proved to themselves that they are definitely a top 4 team. They're definitely not a top 3 team, but they are definitely a top 4 team.
Yeah.
I mean, based on the way Omniscient play, they might be top 3.
Yeah, you might be not wrong.
It really, like, I think come playoff time, I think it's going to depend on which Omniscient shows up, because if it was the one that we saw today, then Mont could very well be able to take them down.
100%.
I don't anticipate that's going to be the case. I think Omniscient should be able to shake that one off and regain from it, but that was a matchup that we thought was going to be really entertaining, and it looked like a 1 seed versus an 8 seed.
Yeah, it's true. And Mont versus Omniscient was really close as well. So just to add that in,
Yeah.
you know, Mont maybe will get higher into the playoffs than we reckon. So who knows?
Well, they've got a little bit of time. We still have one more week of competition, at least in the main portion of this challenge season. We'll show you the schedule for what you can anticipate. Now, next week, we've been having 2 days a week, every single week. Next week, it is only a 1-day competition here for EU. These are the matchups. Are any of these jumping out at you here, Brody?
Exclusive versus Mont, right? Surely it has to be. You know, that is the one. We know both of those teams are going to be in playoffs, so it's another chance for Mont to test themselves against a better team than Omniscient, right? So it's going to be difficult for sure. But what I will say is for Mont, I think they know at this point what they need to do is to improve as a roster, and they could well have a chance versus Exclusive if they kind of fix those flaws in the gameplay.
All right, well, that will be a good way to close out the day, as well as it'll be the last match that we will get to close out the whole main portion of the season. Before we say goodbye for tonight, though, now that everything's kind of set, give me your final thoughts heading into week 4.
Final thoughts. Yeah, for Omniscient, back to the drawing board. You know, we kind of pipped this as the week where they would break that top 2. We kind of thought, you know, our Kings really be top dogs anymore. Well, we got the answer to that is absolutely yes, they are the top dogs, and Omniscient still have a lot of work to do to even catch up to themselves on Exclusive. So yeah, for Omniscient, a lot of work to do heading into playoffs.
Yeah, I think especially reviewing that match specifically, because you are going to be going up against Exclusive in the playoffs, and that's not something you want happening on the big stage.
Absolutely
I think you look at all the talent across that Omniscient roster, and the majority of those players were on teams last challenge season that we expected to be top 2 and got bounced early. So those players all are going to have a chip on their shoulders, but also going to have that memory of what it feels like to get bounced early, and they're going to need to push that memory out of their minds and definitely put in the work to make improvements from what we saw today.
Yeah, we finished yesterday with me questioning your call that Kings are the best team in Europe, and I'm right there with you now. I think after Omniscient, seeing them struggle today versus Exclusive, I am no longer as convinced that Omniscient can be competitive against a side of Kings again when we kind of playoffs. But maybe things will change. Again, they've got one more week to kind of iron out all the issues, maybe try and expand their map pool as much as possible. It's going to be an exciting final week, even though we know which teams are going to be in playoffs now.
Things are getting spicy. I can't wait to see what happens as we continue on through the competition. But as far as today is concerned, our top 4 are pretty much now set, with Kings remaining undefeated at the top of the leaderboard and Mont having secured their place in 4th, which means next week will be all about those seedings and those placements for prize pool. So make sure you tune in yet again to see how all of it plays out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to everybody at home who has been hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you next week.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. win. Coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.